Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is I, your most faithful narrator, Michael DiNicola. Here I am. Howdy. It's stream time. It's party time. Let's do this thing. I am fucking, burning up, man. Dude, I've got the air conditioner on. Air conditioner isn't doing shit. Air conditioner is doing fuck all today. Air conditioner is only providing a sense of moral support as far as this heat is concerned. Yeah, as far as my body temperature is concerned, I'm on my own. I'm here by myself, left to my own fucking devices. It's so hot. Oof. John, you're from the jungle, dude. How the fuck do you deal with this heat? John, give me those Filipino heat tricks. You probably have a band of monkeys there to just fan you down with their giant fucking like palm tree leaves. John, some of us can't afford monkeys. What's the temperature? You know, I'm gonna look at my phone because if I ask Alexa, she's not gonna tell me how it feels. She's just gonna tell me how it is. All right, it's 94. Oh God, dude, tomorrow's gonna be 97 with a real feel of 102. Fuck. Why? Why? What the fuck? Humidity is at 40%. I don't know why it's why does it feel so much worse than yesterday? Today there was a heat advisory. Heat advisory. Air quality alert. It's 82. It's 82 fucking, that's nothing, man. I wish it was 82 here. What's up, Chris Holmes? Yes, this is sometimes I just draw whatever is at the top of my head. And I decided to do like an elf, like a dark elf kind of lady. Thank you, Chris Holmes Animation. Welcome back. How are you, buddy? Yeah, you know, I gotta finish Eric's piece. John Amore. Have you started working on Eric's piece yet? I know we were busting your chops yesterday. But I'd kind of like to see your preliminary stuff to see what you're working on. Hey, Vacation Valeria, welcome back. I'll show you later today. Awesome, I look forward to it. Which character are you doing again? I switched characters, man. Because I completely forgot that he asked us to do Arc Poseidon characters. And you guys both did. You guys both chose 2 Arc Poseidon characters. You chose multiple, man. And Dave trolled, you know, sexual pleasure. Killer sexual performer. What the fuck is her name? That one. Killer Performance, is that who it was? I forget which one. Red Wasp. Hypersexual. Killer Performance is somebody else. Yeah, so you chose that one. How thick is your black shirt? Medium? Thick? It's not the thinnest thing. It's not the thinnest t-shirt I have. It's not the thinnest. I mean, it's not the thinnest. It's not the thickest. It's not like a thick. It's average cotton blend t-shirt. Davey, it's about 94, 95 degrees here, Davey. 40% humidity. My whole body is wet. What's up, Dark Blob? Heck yeah, it looks fantastic. Great, Mike. Thanks. When I'm off, I try to catch some of your streams, man. Thank you, Christopher Holmes. I appreciate you, Christopher Holmes. Let me know if you have any other questions, or let me know if you want to share some of your work. We're just getting the stream going. I'm kind of like, this is like This first like 10, 15 minutes is like my stream foreplay. Like I you know, I get moving, I get grooving. I remember what it's like being on stream and talking to human beings. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm a human being. I'm talking to other human beings. Yes, 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 yes. This is what this is like. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I remember now. I remember. And how hot are those lights behind you? Dude, that's the thing. The rest of the apartment isn't that bad. You put a fan on or maybe some air conditioner, you're good. But I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 different lights going. I've got my PC tower, which is not, you know, not cold. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screens, including my phone, and like, you know, 2 stream decks, my mixer, microphone, various speakers. Like, there's no way that like all these little things aren't a little warm. My mixer, dude, my mixer gets hot as fuck, dude. That thing's like a mini oven on its own. It's cooled down to 34 degrees today and dropping to 19 tonight. Lucky, lucky. Dave loves your sketchy lines. Yeah, rim light. Yeah, no, dude. So like, I actually wasn't all that hot until I came in here, and guess what? I gotta shut the door too. Well, I gotta shut the door to keep the AC air in, but also I gotta shut it to keep any like noise out. Yeah. So this is a little oven, man. You know what? I think I'm gonna have to move I'm gonna move the fucking air conditioner tonight. I'm gonna move it to this side of the room, to this window here instead of that window, because I barely feel a fucking thing. Hopefully it doesn't mess with the microphone too much. My room is super hot as well. Wilderness, no airflow. Do you have an AC going? Ah, well, at least you have the AC. Yeah, no, dude. But dude, the AC isn't like, dude, the AC isn't taking a dent out of this heat, man. Pinky. How's your piece coming along, John? Red Whippersnapper. Yeah, dude, I was thinking about the same thing. I realized, dude, John kind of, I don't want to say John bit off more than he can chew, but John did not make his life any easier by choosing a red wasp. Not a central one. I don't have central air, bitch. I fucking live in a 100-year-old apartment made of brick. I think he crapped his pants when Eric told him about the red wasp ability. Prepare a tall, cold drink. This is my tall, cold drink. It's actually dripping from all the condensation because it's mixed ice. But this isn't like, this is a meal replacement, man. So it's thick and it's viscid. Like, it's like chalky Go-Gurt in here, except cold. So it's not like, this is nothing you want to pound to quench your thirst. Because it's heavy. It's heavy. You know, here, listen. It's the weight of it, dude. It's heavy, man. What's the humidity like over there, Wilderness? Because the wilderness, the humidity over here is like 40%, and it's like, it's brutal. Dave, send me your piece. Dave, how much more work have you put in since the piece you sent me? What the fuck is what's an evaporative cooler? I'm gonna Google Vancouver humidity. Humidity is 52% in Vancouver. All right, so you got 10 but it's 86 degrees. Yo, fuck you, dude. It's 86. All right, yeah, 86, but 51% humidity. I don't know which is worse because it's 92, 94 here. I think it's 94 here. It's 94 here, and it's 41% humidity. That whip I sent you was from a couple weeks back, Mike. I've been chipping away at it a lot. I have about 3 or 4 hours left. Oh, here's the other thing, Davey. Dave, I don't know what these Ankh things that she has, I don't know what the fuck they do. Eric didn't say what they do. So I have her holding them out as weapons, but I don't know if that's right or not. I'm not gonna add any beams to it or anything. I added these little like speedy lines just because I'm like, I feel like speedy lines are like, you know, maybe she's moving it forward. Maybe it vibrates. That's right. She fires some sort of blast rays. Okay, okay. What's up, Frankie? You guys ready for Loki tomorrow or tonight at 3 a.m. or 12 a.m. depending if you're West Coast? Wilderness. Do you play Poe? I was asking about one night and Mike said you played. What's Poe stand for again? Path of Exiles. Frankie. I'll probably play the next one though. Yeah, I heard that. Wait, do you guys have like seasons like they do in Overwatch? Hey John, have you been watching Loki? Dave Tran just sent me a DM. Oh, Dave, that's awesome. Dave, that's fucking great, dude. Hey, what's up, Strike Boy? What's up, Strike Boy? What's up again, Chris Holmes? Hello, YouTube friends. Dude, I've been meaning to get some Overwatch in, but I just haven't had the time. Thanks, Mike. I hope Eric doesn't hate it. No, it's great, man. Shit. Fucking A. God damn it, David. Okay, alright, I see now. David's fucking things up. Fucking John, you seeing what Dave did, dude? Dave just fucking whipped his big dick out and fucking put it on the, he just put it on the fucking table. Oh, for those of you who don't know, so this woman that I'm working on, her name is, I believe her name is Golden Iris. Golden Iris is one of the characters from the upcoming Arc Athena Indiegogo crowdfunding comic book by Eric Canetti. Well, it's a 4 or 5 volume creator-owned comic, and it comprises of two different superhero teams. Without spoiling too much, one is Arc Athena and the other is Arc Poseidon. And Eric hired John Amore, Dave Tran, and myself to do trading cards as perks and rewards for backers of the campaign. So I see Dave Tran. Dave Tran could have rested on his laurels and just kind of gone easy. Just do a quick and dirty doodle. But Dave Tran, he just showed us what he's up to, and he went super fucking hardcore. He's rendering the shit out of things. You fucking animal, dude. Yeah, no, dude. Now, I realize I'm not gonna actually... You're gonna actually make me fucking work, dude. You son of a bitch. I was hoping Dave was gonna phone it in. Dave did not phone it in. I too am impressed by David Tran's work. Frankie, what were you fixing? It's really warm up here where I am. Where are you at, dude? Because I think it seems like it's hot. It's broiling everywhere. And also, I don't think Wilderness. I don't think she's used to the. I don't think she's used to the temperature where she's at. I don't think. You know what? Dave is actually a Vancouverite, just like Wilderness is, and he, I don't think is used to this kind of heat either. What's up, Becky? What's up, Becky boy? It's horrible up in the Northwest, I hear. Yeah, it's brutal there, but dude, it's brutal in New York City, man. Yeah, I know everybody's like, oh, the Pacific Northwest, it's so hot. It's hot over here. We're just used to it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna hire somebody to color my shit, dude. I'm gonna hunt down a real colorist and have them, you know, I'm gonna bring in a ringer, dude. You know, I'm gonna be like the little league team that the team is comprised of a bunch of kids that got left back, so they're like unnaturally big compared to the other teams. Eric asked us if we wanted Jules to color it, and we all said no. We did? I don't remember agreeing to this. Well, no, because even if I'm not going to be the only guy that says yes to that. That's fucking embarrassing. You guys are both going to be like, don't worry, we're going to color this. And I'm going to be like, I don't want to color it. No, I'm the one who follows reluctantly, kicking and screaming and complaining the entire time. Specifically, Michael Nicole, your words. No thanks, Eric. I've got this. I don't remember saying that at all. Wilderness, you are correct. When Mike says things and promptly forgets. It's true. Yeah, what am I supposed to remember? What I said all the time? Forever? Then he spat into my... Man, I don't spit into my own mic, dude. I don't fart into my own mic either. I've got to put my face over here. What, are you crazy, Eric? Oh, guys, Eric and I are going to be talking with Dave Peterson of Mouse Guard in a few hours. So about a couple hours from now, Eric Canetti and I do our weekly podcast where we talk about process. So if you guys are actually here and are curious about the artistic end of the stuff that he does, or I do, to a lesser degree. God forbid Mike is conscious of what he says. No, if I thought about what I said, I wouldn't say half the. You think I would say half the things I say aloud on here if I was putting any thought into what I was saying? I just open my face hole and the words spill out haphazardly. Serious question. Who are you getting to color this? I don't know a colorist, man. I think I offended that guy by saying it reminds me of Redwall. What's Redwall? What's Redwall? Are you talking about Dave Peterson? Old novels and comics with mice. Hey, John Moore, do you like Mouse Guard? John Moore, Dave Tran? Are you guys Mouse Guardians? What does Dave Peterson call his fans? Little Daves? I've never read Mouse Guard. I'm gonna be honest, man. I've looked at the art a ton of times, but I haven't really read Mouse Guard, and that's not great, right? But I think Eric has, and I'm familiar with Dave Peterson's work, like his artwork, and I greatly admire his artwork. I can't read. Mike, you should have a small fan on your desk. Yeah, I should have a small fan on my desk, dude. I'm gonna order one. That's a good call, dude, because I'm fucking glistening, baby. Hey, John, check this out. John, are any of these jumping out at you, baby? I don't know how big these are. This compact. Ooh, dude, look how vintage one, man. Dude, like I'm a private eye, dude. I'm a private dick. Dude, this is me, Detective D. Nicola. Yeah, dude, hey, listen, I want one of those old-timey dames to walk into my office. This broad was nothing but trouble. These people bought 3 of these fucking things together? What? Oh, I see. Mini, Junior, and Vintage. Vornado quality isn't what it used to be. I would look at the ratings, but as we all know, the ratings on Amazon are bullshit. Do they have it in black? They have it in gray. I kind of like the green, though. I kind of like the old-timey fucking teal. You know? Looking for that Miss Moneypenny? I'm looking for Mrs. Money Pussy, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. White? Nah. Guys, which one do you like better? Do you like the metal base or do you like the plastic base? Do you like the white, the green, or the gray? Damn, so at 50 something, you're at 50 something, your body can no longer sweat enough to cool you off. Oh, so at 125 degrees Fahrenheit, there's no cooling. Check the reviews using Fake Spot. No idea. Green is cool. All right, Becky, the Beckster is with me. That fan is so old-timey. I'm expecting a woman to come through the door and say, hey, did you hear someone shot JFK? Yeah, she comes in and she's biting her lower lip because she hated JFK because she thought he was a commie fuck. She comes in, her panties are soaked, knowing that fucking JFK's brains are splattered all out on a street in the middle of Texas. It was 118 in Portland. Fuck me. Oh, so wait, this is a Chrome extension. Should I add this? Should I add this to my Chrome? Yeah, fuck it, dude. I will, the OG, add this to my Chrome. No? I shouldn't add it to my Chrome? Alright, well then I won't add it to my Chrome, OG. More extensions slow you down. Alright, well forget it. Just use the site. The site, hold on. Alright, fake spot analyzer. Analyze a URL. All right, here I'm gonna put the Vornado. I'm gonna put the Vornado info in here. Yoji, how many extensions do you have on your thing? I only have one. You only have one extension? Dude, I've got like 10 or 12. Let's see. Quality, highlights, fake spot adjusted. You know what, dude? Look, the fake spot adjustment is it's about the same. So the review grade is a B. All things considered. I don't know. Looks good. Looks good to me, dude. I can't wait to see that mega comet that is entering the solar system. It's meant to do a flyby in the 2030s. Cool. Is it gonna kill anybody? What's up, Banzi? What's up, Brazil? How hot is it down there by you? If the humidity in your room is high, a fan will only do so much. So what's the trick, Wilderness? Icebox? I'm not putting a fucking icebox in here, man. Come on, dude. What's a real solution? Icebox. Cold compresses. Nah, man, I need like a device that I could turn on and ignore. It's 84 degrees Fahrenheit and it's winter. The fan will go a long way. Nope. But if they're saying it's between 60 and 250 miles wide, that's naked eye viewing. Seeing as Halley's Comet is about 5 miles wide and you can see that. Holy shit, that is huge, dude. All right, here, I just ordered a mini fan. It's just a plain old black one for $13 because I don't want to pay the $50 for the fancy one. Sounds like we're gonna die, and if it's anything towards 250 miles wide, it's the largest comet ever recorded. Frankie, I didn't know you were into the cosmos. You could self-identify as a more heat-tolerant race. Yeah, I wish. Tanium, isn't it supposed to be all cold where you are? Cold as shit. It's nice a chill, hoping for warmer weather. How cold is it where you are right now? Tanium. Danish Tanium. What's Clendathu? All right, John. John, thank you for the suggestion, buddy. I can't wait for my new fan to come. Clendathu is that desert planner with Starship Troopers. With the bugs? Dude, is that the one with the bugs? On Friday, it'll reach 76 degrees Fahrenheit. That's it, dude? That's shit. That's fucking nothing. Have you not seen Starship Troopers? Not to any degree that I remember. I remember Denise Richards and that dude who's dead, right? Isn't there a dude who's dead now in it? Dude, when there was a pause for the F, I was getting concerned. Hey Dave, when you were coloring your Eric Kennedy trading card, did you go grayscale first, or did you just jump in with the color straight? Michael Ironside, is he dead? Michael Ironside's still alive? I thought that guy was dead. 55 degrees Fahrenheit right now, 3 a.m. He ain't dead, he's 71. Oh yeah, he was just in The Mandalorian. I keep thinking Celsius. No, we don't do non-American units of weather measurement. Michael Ben was in Star Wars. Not Ironside? I thought it was Ironside. Hmm. Jumped in with the color straight. I do have a little thumbnail of the pose with some blocked in lighting though. Listen, dude, I don't give a shit about these actors, these old actors. Are they in the Marvel movies now? Because if they're not, I don't give a fuck about them. Speaking of which, who's excited for Loki tomorrow? I'm translating to US units as 13 degrees C wouldn't mean much in this chat. You disgust me. Not gonna lie, I find Loki really fucking boring. Like a cop drama. Do you not like cop dramas? Do you not like Law and Order SVU? I'm not waiting for episodes. Forget what. I like the first 2 episodes of Loki. 3 was okay, but I'll stick with it. It feels like a waste of potential for a superhero franchise. I don't know if they're gonna make Loki a franchise, or if this is a send-off for the character. They just zap him at the end and wipe him. Well, I think after this, his contract is up. Hey, John Moore, did you watch the other 2 MCU shows? Because I stand by what I said. I stand by what I said last week, man. It's still, you know, we'll see with tomorrow's episode. But so far, it's my favorite MCU show. I thought he already said once it was the last stint as Loki. I'm surprised the series came at all. To be honest, I feel offended by these mega companies dangling these random ass series to keep the relevance of their products during the pandemic. Just buy into it like cheap. What? Also, Banzi, I gotta reject your hypothesis, man, because the logistics of that just doesn't work out. The Loki, Winter Soldier, Falcon and Winter Soldier, and Wanda series, they didn't just shit those out during the pandemic for funsies. Those were already they had been in pre-production. You know, all that stuff logistically would have been ridiculous and insurmountable for them to push those out just because a pandemic was happening. Those were already slated. The only thing that they did change was when they were released, in that they were actually pushed back At least the movies. Like, for example, Black Widow. Black Widow was supposed to be out about like fucking 2 years ago. I thought he already said once that it was the last stint as Loki. I'm surprised the series came out at all. His schedule must have opened up. I don't know, dude. That seems reading too much between the lines for me. What Banzy's saying. I'm not saying. I wouldn't put it past Disney to do something shady, diabolical, tricksy. Sure. I'm just saying the logistics of it doesn't work out. Yep, the interest rates on Black Widow must have eaten all profits by now. Well, yeah, dude. Somebody said a few weeks ago that the Black Widow movie should have been released in between Endgame and Infinity War. But because by now people have lost interest. The movie, we know the stakes, which are none. There are no stakes going into the Black Widow movie. We know she's gonna live just to die. And we also know that this is most likely the introduction, not really a Black Widow movie, more of an introduction to whoever her replacement's going to be. And it's gonna be that cute blonde girl. You know, that cute blonde girl is gonna be, Black Widow 2 Electric Boogaloo. You can't sit on a $200 million product for 2 years. At this point, we don't really care about her in this. Catherine Puh. Is Catherine Puh that broad that was in that shitty movie Midsummer? Is she the Midsummer girl? Hang on. Catherine Puh? Florence Pugh. I'll tell you what was Pooh, that fucking movie Midsummer, dude. That was a steaming pile of shit, dude. That movie sucked. And all those fucking hipster idiots that were telling you how hype it was, they're fucking full of shit, dude. That movie was fucking lame. Like, the problem with the MCU now is there's only two big bads. I feel that could be good, but it's like, fuck knows when we'll ever see Galactus or Apocalypse anytime soon. I knew it was Puh. I knew it was Pug. Pugga. Pugh. I just didn't remember the first. Yes, so she is welcome, our new Black Widow is going to be that lady. Doing a Russian accent. I would like to see Galactus way more than a Black Widow origin story. But I think Marvel, and I'm just assuming here, Marvel is going to start small and build up again. Smallish. So I think they're just gonna do a repeat of what was done originally. Except instead of movies this time, whereas before it was, release a Captain America movie, release an Iron Man movie, or, release a Thor movie, release an Incredible Hulk movie, and then assemble them all together in a giant crossover, comic style. I think instead we're getting the TV show version of that. A WandaVision TV show, a Falcon and Winter TV show, a Loki TV show, a Hawkeye TV show, a Ms. Marvel TV show, a She-Hulk TV show, right? So they've kind of they've flipped the script a little bit. So now you get a TV show to introduce these characters, and then I'm guessing that's going to amount to an Avengers style film. Just start over again with Iron Man. It's too soon, dude. That dude, Tony Stark, as we know him, isn't dead. It's too close, man. I feel like you gotta let at least 5 or 6 years pass before you introduce a new Tony Stark. My biggest issue with Black Panther is I didn't give him the Captain America Iron Man treatment. It was just like, look at me, I'm the Black Panther. Well, here's the question. Let's say they get through Galactus and Doctor Doom. How long after until people bail? Dude, I don't have the foggiest idea, man. Because at some point it's all going to come crumbling down, right? This, you know, it happens, dude. Every company has like they have their moment in the sun where they're just untouchable. They're on a roll, baby. In the 90s, it was those Disney movies, right? So, you know, you had The Little Mermaid, Aladdin, fucking Beauty and the Beast, Pocahontas, fucking Mulan. How, you know, I'm sure I'm probably missing a few. It was just hit, boom, 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 fucking Tarzan, Lion King. So it's just like they fucking couldn't miss the mark, dude. Everything that they were doing, everything they did was fucking fire, right? Pixar, dude. Pixar had the longest run up until Cars. Everything, you know, Pixar had Up, WALL-E, Toy Story, Monsters Inc. It was just like fucking boom, 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 boom. You're like, holy shit, Pixar. Pixar doesn't miss. And then, you know, then after that, Disney buys them and they get sequels. So then it's just sequel. You know, The Incredibles, dude. Fucking A, man. Yeah, there was a span where Pixar's couldn't miss. There was a moment in time where Disney animation could not miss. And then they miss. You know? And then things start to suck. Something gives, somebody leaves, you know, management changes, something goes wrong. The car breaks down. Let's see, CDPR. Bethesda and Blizzard shit the bed hard. CDPR shit the bed hard. Yeah. So, you know, fuck, man. It's only so Marvel, they had a good run, man. 10 fucking years of Marvel being at the top of the heap, becoming the most successful franchise of all time. Yeah, no, dude. I don't know if it's the end or if it's the beginning of the end or what for Marvel, but it was bound to happen. It was only a matter of time. Bethesda always shit the bed. They just did it in the shit the bed era where it was normal. BioWare, I feel shit the bed hardest at this point. I can't believe the same company made Coder or Mass Effect. What's up, Rat Tail? Tor was the nail in the coffin, no? Oh, we're good. We're talking about the rise and fall of I guess products from giant corporations. You know, talk about Marvel. Seems like it's on shaky ground, we'll say, after the Disney Plus series, after the tepid reception to the Shang-Chi trailer, the tepid reception to the Eternals trailer, the mixed reaction to Black Widow and the MCU, you know, her last hurrah at the MCU, because the reviews are in. The Black Widow reviews are in, and they're okay. The film is okay. It's a 7 out of 10. Here we go. So it's got an 84% tomato meter, but out of 89 reviews. But you have to keep in mind, dude, Rotten Tomatoes, they grade not on, you know, hey, what's up, Siobhan? How are you? Rotten Tomato grades on a weird kind of curve, right? So how it goes is, let's say, how Rotten Tomatoes works is, let's say you're a critic, Rat Tail, and you give it like 2.5 out of 5 stars. Rotten Tomatoes will equate that to a positive review. So they break down the reviews between positive and negative, right? So they'll read a review and they say, oh, okay, this critic reviewed it, and it seemed like you know, they gave it like a, you know, they gave it 2.5 out of 5 stars, but they seem positive. So that's a positive review. And that's how they calculate that 84%. So they say 84% of the reviews are positive, not 84% of the movie is good. Or not from a scale of 1 to 10, that movie, you know, got 8.5. That's not how they're doing it, dude. It's a weird roundabout way how they do their shit. What I would argue is more accurate review site is Metacritic. And Metacritic gives it a 69. Damn, yo, ScarJo's got a fat fucking ass, dude. And I appreciate it. But yes. 69%. So it's a 70. So it's 7 out of 10. Now, let's be honest, man. 7 out of 10 is about what Marvel is consistent, dude. It's the reason why Marvel's been able to rake in the money, because even though, you know, for every Endgame, for every Captain America's Winter Soldier or Avengers or Iron Man the original, you have a handful of movies that are enjoyable, fun, but forgettable. What I've called, and I don't know where I didn't come up with this, but I refer to them as 5-minute films. 5 minutes, and you watch them, they're enjoyable, you have a good time in the theater, and then you get up and then you eat lunch, and 5 minutes after you've seen it, you completely forgot about it. Which is, you know, an enjoyable popcorn film. And I think that's what has separated the MCU, because even where the movie's like, I don't want to say lame, because 7 out of 10 isn't bad. It's just not great. It's enjoyable. But I think like that's the Marvel bread and butter, man. They make an enjoyable film that, what's up, Saint? They make an enjoyable film that people can take their family to go see. Well, depending on how young your kids are or how irresponsible a parent you are, your kids can go see it. It's a good old-fashioned comic book romp, and then that's it. Siobhan, you have any interest in going to see Black Widow? By the way, I bought tickets for opening night. Because I don't particularly give a shit about Shang-Chi. I don't particularly give a shit about the Eternals. Or necessarily Ms. Marvel or She-Hulk or any of those upcoming series. I'm interested in Thor, Blood and Thunder. I'm interested in Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Interested in Spider-Man No Way Home. The Fantastic Four at some point, and the Blade movie, as well as the Moon Knight TV show or movie. I don't know what they're doing with that. One of those two. And of course, Deadpool's introduction into the MCU, which again, some of those things are coming in the end of this year. luckily. So, you know, Spider-Man is going to be here in December. I'm even curious about Venom 2. And like Venom 2 and Mobius, I'm like kind of like curious about, because I'm not even because I enjoy the characters. I enjoy the characters a bit, but I'm more. Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Yes, Lex. Thank you. I forgot about that. I'm more curious about how Sony is going to be integrating the Spider-Verse and the MCU. Like, how are they going to all play together? That's what I'm curious about, more so than anything else. But aside from that, it seems like all the newer Marvel stuff that's coming out in the next few months, I really don't give a shit about. I'm looking forward to transferring my Disney Plus sub to Warhammer TV. What the fuck is Warhammer TV? I probably have $250 in movie gift cards. I want to see it for sure. That's got to be some funny Russian stereotyping in there. Hopefully he can be the creative director. Morbius versus Blade. Yes, Rattail. Dude, I remember that from when I was a kid. I used to watch the Spider-Man cartoon. I'd come home from school and watch, you know, Spider-Man on the TV, you know. Have you ever seen Ass Tardies? No. No, my ass has never been tardies. It's been retardies. Don't lie. Y'all want that X of Swords joint? Fucking never, dude. The X-Men as villains? The X-Men as undead plant fascists? What is this? Project by Sayama Pedersen. The Asked Hard Is Project. So that's what's going to be on Warhammer TV? AAA quality cinematics made by one dude. You bought X of Swords, dude? No, dude, I didn't want it, dude. I read Powers of X and House of X, I think is what it was called. Right when Hickman rebooted the thing, it looked like it was gonna be good. But after I finished those initial runs, I had no desire to continue reading those books. I just play Warhammer Kill Team. Couple issues mainly for the Pepe art. Yeah, dude. I think Pepe's the best. I think Pepe's the best artist at Marvel right now. That Pepe's a beast. Yo, watch the video, Michael. I can't watch that shit now, man. Somebody drop that in the Discord and I'll check it out after stream. Although I'll be honest, man, I've got no interest in the Warhams. I appreciate Warhammer art. I'll buy anything Mike Del Mundo does, though. Mike Del Mundo is good, too. The vid is art. Do you miss D&D? Yes and no. D&D was fun, for sure. Black Widow is a filler film. It's just something to tie us over till the good stuff comes. The next good stuff that's coming, in my opinion, isn't Shang-Chi and isn't the Eternals. I could be wrong though, and I'll admit it if I am. But to me, the next good stuff that's coming is Spider-Man. Live action Spider-Man, because I think we're all assuming that Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield are going to be back in the mix. And we're going to be introduced to the multiverse. So like that's what I'm looking forward to, man. The rest of the stuff, dude, I'm not, you know, I'm not all that gung-ho about. Pass on fucking Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, dude. Live action. You want to see live action Into the Spider-Verse? All right, Wilderness, get the fuck out of here, dude. I can't take your opinion on if that's, dude. If you're not pumped for fucking live action Into the Spider-Verse, you're fucking crazy. Black Widow being a filler, okay, sure. Shang-Chi and the Eternals, meh, forgettable. But fucking live action Spider-Verse, dude, with the actual actors who fucking, you know, portrayed the villains of the previous films, reprising their roles, dude. Alfred Molina, Willem Dafoe, even fucking what's his face, dude? That fucking weird version of Elektra, dude. Fucking Jamie Foxx. Is ScarJo's ass real? I think so. Because I feel like her ass has been fat for a long time. Before it got before her ass was fat, before it was popular to have a fat ass. They're going to be old as fuck and need to be CG. Yeah, dude, they're definitely going to age them down. Like, I think they're definitely going to use de-aging on Alfred Molina to make him appear 20 years younger. But I don't think they're going to, I don't know if they're going to de-age Toby. I don't know, Wilderness, dude. I don't think you're a fan of the MCU. I don't think you understand comic books, and I don't think I respect your opinion about the MCU anymore. Just because of what you just said about the Spider-Man movie. Michael, you losing weight? You look thinner. I don't think so. Siobhan says Into the Spider-Verse 2 is coming Wilderness eventually. That's true. Wait, Willem Dafoe is going to be in it? I never heard this. Willem Dafoe's always looked like a ghoul, so CG would definitely be hit or miss.
Next week? Like next week? Why? Because you're too poor to afford.
Holy shit, dude!
Today?
Well. If it isn't the biggest, thickest, veiniest, blackest penis on all of Twitch, dude, it's fucking Skull Bash. Skull Bash. What the fuck were you working on, baby? What's going on, man? Dude, we're talking about the next Spider-Man movie and how Alfred Molina is going to be there. There are rumors that Willem Dafoe and his giant dick, dude. Dude, did you ever hear that? Dude, did you ever hear that Willem Dafoe rumor? Hang on, I gotta go full screen for this. Yeah, my name is Michael Nicola. Yeah, I do art. Yeah, I'm a giant fucking dork. There is a rumor that Willem Dafoe was on the film of a movie set, and there was a nudity scene. So they had Willem Dafoe, like, you know, drop trow and take out the goods. And the director was so horrified by Willem Dafoe's gigantic gargantuan penis that he said it was too much, and they had to get a fake penis guy. They had to get a you know, like a stunt penis in to fill in for Willem Dafoe because his penis was too much for the movie. Anyway, I think he's going to be reprising his role as the Green Goblin in the most recent Spider-Man film, and I'm excited, and every Spider-Man nerd out there is excited to see Tobey come back and see Andrew Garfield come back, maybe even see Emma Stone come back too, maybe even reprise her role and eventually become Spider-Gwen. I'm hyped. I'm excited. My friend Wilderness, she's not excited at all. She's not a real Spider-Man fan. Don't trust her. What's up, dude? A Pringle tube-sized penis, dude. Willem Dafoe got that pipe. Damn, shots fired. Sweating off the pounds. Maybe that's what it is, dude. I'm sweating off the weight. I'm sweating off my bloat. Michael D. Nicola, I think it was the Antichrist movie. Mike is triggered. I wonder if we'll get Madam Web. That would be fucking dope, dude. What's up, Skullbash? What were you working on today, dude? Were you doing more character designs for your comic book? The L magazine. Lars von Trier finds Willem Dafoe's penis confusingly large. Yes. Lars von Trier finds Willem Dafoe's penis confusingly large. This is from 10 years ago. Hold on. You had a stand-in dick? You had to have a stand-in dick for Dafoe? Yes, we had to have, because Will's own was too big. Too big to fit on screen? No, too big because everybody would get confused when they saw it. Confused, dude! Confused! I'll tell you this, dude. Anybody who's seen my dick, they've never been confused. They've always been very assertive, like self-assertive and assured of who and where they are. My penis has never caused any kinds of confusion. If anything, it's done the opposite, dude. If you were confused before, seeing my penis would set you straight. You'd be like, okay, that's a regular penis. That's about as regular a penis as it gets. Sounds like my friend. Your friend has got a regular penis like me? You know who's got an irregular, gigantic penis? Who I'd love to see? I'd love to see penis on penis crime. I'd love to see Skullbash's penis fighting Willem Dafoe's penis, a la King Kong versus Godzilla.
No.
And I'm not trying to be offensive, so you decide who's who. What's up, Skullbash? How are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
I'm all right, man. Dude, thank you so much for the raid.
Raid?
Well, wait,
Talking about?
What's it? Yeah.
Sub.
No. Oh, sub. Sorry.
What the fuck?
Dude, my brain is like off, dude. I'm like sweating off. I'm just like sweating out brain cells at this point. I meant, thank you so much for the resub. Ugh. For the 33 months resub.
Damn, is that hot up there?
Yeah, dude, it's like 95 degrees up here with like 40% humidity, man. My AC isn't doing shit. My AC is on full blast and it's just for show.
Is it a room AC?
Yeah. I don't have central AC, man. I was telling Wilderness, my building is like 100 years old, made of brick.
Do you have like a room fan or something?
No, I just ordered a room fan. I'm gonna put it on my desk. I'm just gonna put it on my desk. It's gonna be here tomorrow. Cause I said, John, dude. I said, John, how do you keep quiet in the? How do you keep cool in the jungle? And John says, John told me he had a bunch of little monkeys fanning him with palm tree leaves. And I told him I couldn't afford that. And then he said, you know what? Get yourself a desk fan.
Nice. Yeah, that works. How does your PC setup handle the heat? Doesn't it sound like an airplane if it gets too hot?
Let me listen. It's actually surprisingly not. It's not going crazy, thankfully. So far so good. So I guess the PC is doing okay. The PC is doing better than I am.
Sounds like it.
Wilderness says that her friend has got a stupidly large dick. She says she has no idea how his girlfriend can deal. Shit would be painful as fuck.
Damn.
Skull's penis is the aircraft carrier Kong and Godzilla fought on.
Legendary.
Mike with his post-nut penis. I'm something of a cocksmith myself. Yeah, dude. His dick is confusingly large.
That's an interesting choice of words. Sounds like he's kind of mad. Why your dick so big?
Yeah, no, dude.
Give me some of that.
Yeah, no. I mean, I guess he's saying that his dick is so big it would take you out of the movie. You know? Like, imagine having a dick so big that if you were to see it on screen, people would be like, "Oh my god, what movie am I watching?"
Yeah, maybe it would have been like you would have not been able to focus on his vision if you would have just unveiled that.
Yeah, no.
It does. It checks. Definitely
Yeah.
checks.
Yeah, no, because you're right. Yeah, if you're gonna see a guy schlong on screen, there's a sweet spot, right? If it's a baby dick, you're gonna be like, "Oh my god, his dick is so little," right? If it's it's a little, tiny little mushroom cock, right? But if it's a big horse schlong, then you're gonna be like, "Oh my god," you know, like you got that. Like there's a sweet spot there on the spectrum of dick, where you don't want to jar the audience too much one way or another. Like Dr. Manhattan. Like Dr. Manhattan was big, you know, in the movie. His dick was big enough to be like, "Oh, okay, he's Dr. Manhattan." But not so big. It wasn't down to his knees, you know? Like it wasn't so big you're like, "Oh my god, Dr. Manhattan, Christ, man. Could you maybe like ease up a little bit?"
I don't know if it's probably for Defoe. I don't feel like it's the length. It's probably the girth.
The girth. Yeah, also he's smaller, dude. Willem Dafoe's like I think like 5'7", 5'8". He's a smaller dude. So like small guy. So like I've said it before, even though my dick is like 6 inches, I think when you see my dick on a person of my size, it looks tiny, dude. Comparatively. So like I'm above average height. You know, I'm about
or
both,
full hard.
Both, dude, both, man. Because even at like 6 inches, right? If like you put my dick on a midget, you'd be like, "Oh my god, that midget is hung like a horse." If you put my dick on like a guy who's like, you know, average man height, maybe that's like 5'9", 5'10", you'd be like, "Oh, that guy's a decent size." But then now you put it on a guy who's about 6'1" and you got 6 inches, and you're like, "Oh, that guy's dick is a little bit small." That's how, at least that's how I see it. You know? Same thing with hands.
Interesting.
Could also be weirdly disproportionate to his body, and if he wasn't erect. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Siobhan. Siobhan, you read my mind.
Maybe he can't get erect.
Well, some dudes with big dicks don't.
Yeah.
You know?
It does. It's just it stays like a hanging mango.
Yeah. They didn't have enough space in the room to put the camera to the back of the room to get a good focus without showing the schlong.
Get the 85 millimeter.
Wide angle, ultra wide angle.
You need a fisheye lens on this one.
I got the screen cap of his dong if you want it. Well, they didn't. That's not his actual dick, dude. They got a stunt dick. Yeah. They got a stunt dick for the film Rat Tail because his dick was too big, dude. They got a stunt cock. Banzi says, "I need it."
Should have done a director's cut and been like, if you really want it.
Director's uncut, dude.
Yeah.
I know. I got the real one. The real one. Yeah, drop it, dude. I want to see his dick, dude. We've seen the outline of Jared Leto's cock, and it's fucking Jared Leto. Man, it's upsetting how.
I didn't know this was gonna be so big.
Jared Leto's dick is like, why does he get to have a dick that big and be rich and be good looking and win like Academy Awards? It's like, what the fuck, man? And be like a rock star too. What the fuck, man?
The life lottery.
Right? Come on, dude. Like, what the fuck, man? The very least you could do is give this guy a tiny dick. Come on now.
That's not him.
What the fuck? What is this, dude? Fuck Jared Leto's water bottle dick, dude. It's in the Discord. That's him, says Rat Tail. Why does it look like he's in a porno?
Yeah, it looks like some weird 70s porno. Ooh, who posted a Stardies? Oh, Wilderness. A little some Warhammer stuff.
Wilderness and Frankie were going all full talking about Warhammer TV. Did you know about that?
Nope. What's
Well,
that?
apparently Warhammer TV is a thing that's happening.
Is that so?
Yes, sir.
I think Mike Saw started. Didn't you see this one? This is the animation that was done by one dude.
No, I didn't see it yet.
It's
Appar-
pretty good storytelling wise. It's pretty captivating.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. They were saying it was really impressive.
But that dude takes forever. But dude, he's making like so much money because he's kickstarting. Well, not kickstarting. Patreon is his projects, and this is all he does is just 3D animation. But the weight is just tremendous. Hopefully he gets a team together to help him.
He works for GW now. What's GW?
Games Workshop. The folks who make Warhammer.
From the Archives channel, the Dance of the Sphinx and Chimera. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck am I watching, dude? Skullbash, are you seeing this, dude? I'm watching Willem Dafoe dance around with his dick out on stage, I'm guessing. His dick is just flapping in the breeze, man.
Well, it looks like they're having a good old time. The music is hilarious.
What's up, Skippy? Skippy, we're just looking at Willem Dafoe's dick. What are you up
That's
to?
the kind of dance I do when I'm about to get laid.
Do you do it with your
But
dick
no
out?
one sees it. It's behind the. It's in the bathroom. The victory. Who? What are you talking about, John Amor? And what's up, buddy? I didn't see you there.
Here's Dafoe with his dick out. Did the fucking Angus Young did the fucking Angus Young across stage? I got a new mouse today, Corsair Saber. Ooh, fancy, fancy.
Hey, what's this piece you're working on? It's looking good.
This is
It's like
a
a He-Man.
this is a trading card I'm working on for Kennedy's campaign. It's
Oh, cool.
yeah. This is an Arc Athena character.
Athena?
Yeah. Well, this is actually Arc Athena, the comic book, but she's actually part of a sister team called Arc Poseidon. So, Eric hired John Amore, David Tran, and yours truly to do these trading cards.
Nice.
yeah.
One thing,
Yeah.
I don't like the cape.
You don't like the cape? What's wrong with the cape?
No, it just feels very bland compared to like all the awesome, curvatures and details you have everywhere else. I feel like it could be utilized a lot better.
What do you have
It
in
almost
mind?
feels like, because it doesn't feel like cloth. It almost feels like it's just an attached wing to her back. Like there's really no flow to the. It doesn't show volume of fabric, if
I
that
s-
makes sense.
I think I follow. All right, so what would you have me change it to?
I mean, look at how like a flag would flap in space. How it has like different ripples. You can see like definite curvatures that makes it look like it's, flapping. I mean, I would look at let me see, who would have a cape that's more like Supergirl's cape. It's pretty short. Look at her cape, maybe. Who was it that's a really short? Let me see. Let me do a quick search. Short capes.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Gio? How are you?
It shows me like everyone with the long K. What the fuck?
Yo, Skullbash, dude, how do you keep cool when it's as hot as shit in Miami? Also, dude, have you seen the have you like walked over to the to that place that fucking burned down or fell down?
No, that's on the beach. It's like north side, surf side. I don't really go that way. Like I haven't been in that direction in a long time. I used to when Vanessa lived there. But I haven't visited that area in quite some time. But yeah, it's crazy what happened there.
Dude,
And
insane.
it's been
Man.
raining like crazy, and they've been trying to, I guess, recover what they could.
Yeah, get the
And
bodies out.
Yeah, and the rain just did not help. It was just blasting the past couple days.
Damn, man. Siobhan says, that's amazing. This piece looks great. Seconding Skullbash about the fabrics. You've grown the short time I've been away. Thank you, Siobhan. Welcome back, Siobhan.
Yeah, I probably work the cape on another layer, like clean up, what you have there, and then just maybe add some elements. Have the cape maybe wrapping, maybe it's going a little bit forward on her
Here,
shoulder.
let me show you. Here, I'll show you the reference since you could, since you could already see it.
Where are you sending this?
DMs and Discord.
Oh, okay. I just saw it. Okay, so it already looks bigger in the reference.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like
I can shrink it down some.
almost. Well, the ones you made, it feels shorter. And if the point of action is her showing you that weapon, I would probably maybe change the direction of the cape, like almost going the direction where the left hand is going, like having almost like it's making like an X. The cape kind of like flows to one side. Instead of it being dominant on the side with the weapon, it's more dominant in the other side, and that way you could actually carve out that arm. So
Alright,
have
let's
like
see.
a nice. This is a cool character.
Siobhan, where you been hiding lately?
What is this, John? Oh, that's the Defoe.
Is John DMing you?
No, he had said something, but he never responded. Oh, gas. Oh, gas.
How goes your comic book work?
It's going, man. The other one I'm working on, the script, just got okayed last week, so I'm rereading it this week. It's a 6-pager, and the other one is coming along. I did a couple layouts, and then we went over them, kind of like panel by panel for a while. Last meeting, I have another meet this Sunday. We're still working on like these 2 pages right now that I'm trying to like finalize, but it's going, and yeah, everything. It's just been like a w- weird week. Gotta take my car into the shop tomorrow. Had to go rent a car. It's just
What's wrong with your
getting
car?
in the way of shit. I don't know, man. Like I was driving it and then it started overheating, and then I looked to see if the Freon was low because we've been using the AC a lot,
Sure, sure,
but
sure.
Freon was there, and but I smelled the Freon and I was like, what the fuck? Not Freon, the antifreeze. And
Antifreeze.
so I luckily got to the discount auto parts. I bought like a gallon, poured it in. This is so it caps the line, and it was doing the same shit. So I don't know if it's like my gas pump that needs to be changed, or something. It's just it kept getting to the red, and that's like not good for my engine.
Yeah, no,
So
that's a nightmare.
driving home like the other night, I think it took me an hour because I had to pull over every time it would almost get to red, and then let the car cool, and then start up again. It was just weird because it's a newer car, and but it like doesn't have any warranty anymore because it's past its mileage.
Oh shit.
But
So you're on your own.
yeah. But it's been a while. I mean, like there's been no issues for about, I think it's about to hit 99,000 miles, and I got it since day one. And my vaccine, nah, man.
No vaccine for you?
No, sir.
You're not worried about the variant?
Evening, friends.
Nah.
Hey, what's up, Kabong? Kabong, how are you?
Yo, kabang.
And good night, Frankie Lynch. Frankie Lynch, thanks for hanging out, buddy.
Peace
Yep.
out, Frankie.
Kabong, where you at, dude? Where you at that it's hot? Because it's fucking hot over here, too.
It's been crazy. Like, I think there's like a heat wave in Canada that's kind of like
Yeah, nah,
fucking
dude.
shit up everywhere.
All of the Pacific Northwest, as well as, including the Canadian parts, they're all fucked up with the heat, man. It's like 115 degrees in Oregon. Rhode Island, but it's hot everywhere right now. Hey guys, is this climate change?
Maybe. Is it the El Nino? Yeah, it was pretty hot. We had a photo shoot today, and sweating. Kept having to pat the model with little pads, pat her boobies.
You're patting a model's titties?
Yeah, just to get the glare, because like they were glistening, man. I'll show you pictures later.
Yes, please.
Yeah, she's like a former playmate.
Yowzas. Fake titties?
Yeah.
Hey
Pretty
now.
nice though.
Yeah, no, we were looking at fake titties the other day, dude. Some girls, there's a couple of girls I know who got fake titties, and they look horrible, man. There's a streamer named Alinity. Alinity's Alinity's nipples are crooked, and I'm pretty sure it's from the boob job she got.
Who's that streamer?
Streamer,
Who's that?
yeah. Streamer and OnlyFans, softcore adult cam girl
Oh, shit.
type.
Isn't that what everybody does now?
Yeah, no, but she's like actually masturbating on camera. Some of the other girls are just doing lewd stuff.
That's not softcore.
Well, I thought hardcore
mean,
was penetration.
No, hardcore, softcore is.
Oh, but she's fully clothed while she's masturbating.
Hmm.
See? We're in mid area.
I feel like that's definitely like a kink, so it kind of like crosses the line of
It blurs it.
softcore. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. But anyway, her fucking nipples are like off.
Gee, hi, I want to see a picture of her.
Alinity?
How do you spell her name?
Alinity. Just you probably just type in Alinity titties.
Oh, it's
I'm
Twitch
melting.
popped up.
I had to leave the house and be outside. 111 earlier. Yeah, it's been it was 95 today. How is the humidity where you are, Pop Pop?
Yeah, what's up, Pop?
What's up, Poppy? It's 100% humidity.
She looks alright. She looks decent and so well, that's a nice one. She's the type of chick that like sometimes she looks hot, sometimes she doesn't.
Yeah.
And then when she's trying to be sexy, it looks awkward.
There's no drying off.
She
Wait,
can
what
get
temperature
drunk.
is it? What temperature is it now? Pop Pop. Oh, damn, dude. I just typed in New Brunswick. It said 76 degrees with a 75% humidity. Fuck me, man.
Yeah, that's hot. Literally.
I feel like you need penetration to be hardcore, but I'm super jaded and desensitized. Yeah, Kabong.
Let me see what they define as softcore. Wikipedia. See, softcore would be considered still photography,
Okay.
like Playboy, lingerie, modeling, sensual love scenes.
Okay.
Let's see. Simulate sex and emphasis on sensual appreciation of the female or male form. Typically contains nude or semi-nude actors involved in love scenes, tended to be sexually arousing and aesthetically beautiful. So I guess it's more like the glam, but like when you get into, I guess, masturbation, it depends also how she's masturbating. Like if she's masturbating and calling guys names and shit, then that's probably hardcore. Or if she's just masturbating for herself and it looks like she's truly enjoying herself, that's probably definitely softcore.
Yeah, that's what that looked like. 90% with 90 degrees with 76% humidity in the middle of the night. Yeah, that's pretty fucking brutal, dude. Yeah, it's only like 40% humidity here, and that was fucking enough for me to be shitty.
97 over here.
It's 97 degrees where you are, Skull?
No, it's 73, but the humidity is at 97%.
Whoa, dude, 97% humidity?
Yeah.
God, dude, you're like in the
Melting
fucking...
today.
Yeah, no, man, you're like in the tropics, dude. You and fucking, Pop Pop.
And only 7-mile-an-hour winds.
No relief.
Too dense. Yeah, it's too dense. There was some pockets today because there was some storm clouds that brought some cool air. But that was it.
I've been puking my guts up with the heat. Wait, heat makes you puke? Also, how's your air conditioning? Not good, I'm assuming, if you're puking. It's 91% humidity here in upstate New York. What the fuck, dude? Alexa, what's the humidity out right now?
Currently, the humidity is 41%.
Wait, Alexa, say that again? I think she said 41%. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she said 41%.
I think that's what I heard.
Yeah. 91 in upstate New York, dude. How the fuck is humidity worse over there, man? Do you think it's because we're by the water? So the water's just like, get away, humidity. I don't know if that's how that works. I just made that up. We don't even really measure humidity here. Those numbers don't mean anything to me. Well, dude, you're up in the fucking... You're up in the tundra, man. You're way up north, man. You're in the fucking Eskimo territory. Tanium is Danish. Water/oceans do keep you temperate. Warmer winters, colder summer, longer breezes. Doesn't exist. Nobody has air conditioning? Dude, what the fuck? Skullbash, you got air conditioning, right?
Yeah, you would not be able to survive.
Yeah, same.
Dude, I remember, like, this was maybe 6 years ago when, like, I think we were definitely in some hard times and couldn't afford AC. And when the summer hit us hard, man, because my studio also, this AC system broke. So I had like really no refuge but to go like to Starbucks to hang out because of the AC.
Yeah.
And dude, sleeping was such a nightmare. Like you pretty much, if you're naked, you're gonna sweat. If you're clothed, you're gonna sweat.
Yeah, dude.
You had to sleep with like maybe like a wet towel or something. And then finally, like I think I got a really nice gig for like the next like 4 months. And I remember that was the first thing I did. Like I think my account went on negative just so that I can call the freaking repair dude.
Yeah, baby.
Just to survive, man. That was brutal. And you couldn't do anything. Like even if you tried to work, you know, like if I were to draw something, my paper would just be super damp because my arm is wet.
Yeah, man. Well, dude, Dave Trent said he couldn't use his iPad the other day because he said it was hot to the touch. Because it was just too hot where he was.
Inside?
Yeah, man. Inside, dude.
Dude, that's crazy. That happens to me when I'm outside. When the sun hits my iPad, then it's like it's too hot to work. Inside, that's insane.
We have that lake effect shit up here, Mike. That's why we get hammered with snow in the winter, too. Lake effect. So you get lake effect, and here down in New York City, I get ocean effect. So you guys get worse snow and worse humidity, and we get more temperate climates. Because it's always like, the weather always seems not nearly as rough down here than it does up there. Pop Pop says, nobody has air conditioners there. My province is surrounded by ocean and humid as fuck. We have a warmer coast than Florida. If you've got a warmer coast than Florida, why wouldn't you have an air conditioner up there? "110 degrees Fahrenheit without AC was killing me. My phone had given me heat warning twice." Yeah, dude. What the hell, man? Dude, if I was in a warmer climate than Florida, I'd have a house full of air conditioner in every room. I have an air conditioner in every room here. Living room, bedroom, and this back office. We'd only use it 3 months a year, so nobody buys them. How often do you think I use it, dude? I fucking only use this thing fucking 3 months out of the year. I put it in the closet. I put it in the closet, and every year, right around this time, when it starts getting hot, around, June, July. And so from from June, July, August, we use the AC. And then I pack it up, and then next year, I take it down, I clean it out, I clean the coils out, get all the dust out, and same thing. Everyone dies, and we complain, and we get popsicles at work. What? Pop, that's stupid, dude. Pop, that is a stupid way to live, dude. Schools don't have AC, so we have to close down. That's also stupid. That's dumb. That's a dumb way to live. 3 months out of the year is still a quarter of the year. The moment it's too hot to legally have people in them. It's crazy, man. It would cost millions to install ACs in a single school. Dude, guess what, man? Taxes, man. Dude, do you think fucking New York City public schools have air conditioning? Even the shitty ones. We just have the AC in my home office, a room I don't leave during the summer. We're the poorest province in the country. All right, listen. Well, fuck schools having AC then. There's nothing stopping you from buying an air conditioner for your house.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
What's crazy?
The shoot that we did last month, my sister just posted that shit got 6,000 views.
Nice. YouTube?
Holy crap. Nah, it's on the Instagram.
Still.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's great. There are hundreds of dollars and I work minimum wage. So again, dude, so talk away again. It's not like you didn't know this. You said it gets hot and humid as shit more than Florida a quarter of the year down there. So this is not like a new thing. It didn't just start getting 110 degrees. Plus my building doesn't allow installations. It's not an installation, dude. You toss that bitch in your window, man. I don't have central air. I've got a window unit like everybody else does in New York City for the most part, unless you're living in a bougie area. AC is on the rise in Europe. It's an untapped market with insane growth potential. Yeah, dude. Yeah, wasn't it a few years back Europe got hit with a heat wave and like a bunch of people died because none of y'all have air conditioning either? Why suffer, man? Pop-up, also, you don't have a credit card, man? Air conditioners aren't that much money. Let's see. Air conditioner window unit. Let's see. All right, so it looks like they range from about $150 to around $300, give or take, depending on the unit. So it's not cheap, but it's not outrageous. It's not something you couldn't save up for. I mean, I'm poor, dude. I don't have a fucking, I fucking do this and I do commissions and shit for a living. I'm fucking, I'm poor as shit, man. The windows can't accommodate air conditioners. Literally can't install without installing a new window, which we aren't allowed to do. Are you sure, dude? I mean, like, same with pretty much pop-up. That sounds like complete horseshit, dude. Again, dude, these things are like, they're either all too skinny or too wide. Dude, that sounds like complete horseshit. Again, dude, any fucking old, like, crappy, if you ever, like, actually install one of these things, they're the easiest thing in the world. Any old, you think I've got like some bougie ass gourmet windows? This building's 100 years old. And yes, the air conditioner is way too small for the thing, but it's got like adjustable little brackets that you put in, which are again like plastic. It's not that much. Pop-up, you're making a way too big a deal of this than it really is. You pop it in your window, you plug it in, you turn it on. Super easy peasy. There's no installation. You could do it in like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you're talking about those window ACs?
Yeah, dude. You're the one who asked me about air conditioning. Yeah, because you should have one. You should either have one or you should stop fucking complaining about it. Yeah,
it depends though. Like, if they're able to install that rig. Mine
is just being held by the weight of the window. I don't screw. Yeah, no, same, dude. Kabong. It's easy peasy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's not allowed. That sounds insane. Let's see. Heat waves need to last over a week to penetrate. Heat waves need to last over a week to penetrate into an indoor climate here. Most windows are triple layer would come with a kip function slightly open. There are more portal ones that go inside there. Right. Listen. All right. I've heard of condos and whatnot not allowing portable air conditioners inside the windows. So what you do is you buy the ones that go inside the room. There are more portable ones that go inside the room and have a tube that goes through the window. Yeah, let's see. Let's see.
Hi, friends.
Yeah, dude. Here, pop. If you've got a shitty landlord, listen, if you live in a shitty building or you got a shitty landlord, just get one of these. It works just like a fucking AC, except it's inside instead of outside.
That's the one that you have to have the tube that goes outside so the water can filter out.
I don't know actually. Maybe
Because the thing is, the way the AC works, it needs somewhere to.
Drip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here. Check this out.
Who's that? Oh, what's up, Nikki?
Hi.
Yeah. Here.
How are you?
Here, look. You just toss that fucking you just toss that little pipe outside the window, which is, you have the window a crack open. You just stick that little motherfucker out there. Easy peasy.
Yeah, we use those. But the thing is with those, the space has to be small. So like if you're putting it in a room, you never open the door unless you need to leave.
Dude, that's what I do.
So,
dude, my room is a fucking locked tight, dude. This whole room is fucking on lockdown because the air conditioner's on. There are more portable ones that go inside the room and have a tube. Yeah, Jess, that's exactly. Jess, what do you have? Do you have central air? Do you have a window unit? Do you have one of these little portable doodads?
Doodad.
What's up, Nikki? Nikki probably has central air.
Why you gotta call me out?
Because you're bougie.
Don't worry, I got central air too, baby.
Must be nice. I have window mounted units.
Feels good all over.
Hell yeah.
We're second level and not allowed to have the tube going out the window. It counts as an exterior renovation per the renter's agreement. It's not allowed. Dude, you gotta. What the fuck, man? How the fuck do you live in such a shitty place?
Ew.
Yeah,
Hi, John.
Wait. So you can't have a window unit and you can't have a unit with a tube going outside? That's fucking retarded, man. Dude, that sounds like torture. I don't know, dude. I would fucking do. Honestly, dude, I would do it anyway, man.
It's pop hot.
Yeah, dude. It's like 110 degrees Fahrenheit over there. I would fucking.
Hi, Ellie. Oh,
I would do
fuck
that shit
that.
regardless, man. Dude, because you know what, man? There are all kinds of shit in the renter's agreement here. That people fucking. You're not supposed to have a washer or dryer in your New York City apartment. People fucking have them. You're not supposed to have dogs in the apartment. People fucking have dogs. People buy dogs and keep them in the apartment. You know what, dude? Because who the fuck... You know what? Fucking stick a tube, man. Put the tube in there at night when nobody's fucking looking. Stick it out the window. Turn it on.
I mean, you need... The thing is, you need regulations, though. So, I mean, look what happened down here.
Sure, you need... Yeah, you need regulations to keep your building from fucking falling, dude. But a fucking window unit, dude?
Oh man.
Yeah, I'd do that anyway.
Nope.
It's either that or risk heat
How close
heat
are you
injury.
to that, Eric?
The beach is like 35 minutes away.
Dang.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Oh, this is the model we work with today. Show you, drop in that chat. The Playmate.
This place kicks people out real quick. Nobody breaks the agreements. Nobody is at risk of heat injury.
Whoa.
Only one reason I get sick is because I'm disabled.
Whoa.
That's heat injury, dude.
Whoa.
Matter of fact, dude, it sounds like you could sue your landlord.
Or you have to check the contract.
Has it ever gotten that hot though up in Canada? Because I feel like this could be like an exception.
Or it's the new rule. Look at those fucking bags, man. Those are some giant
Yeah.
fake ass titties.
Mm-hmm.
They're like fucking balloons on her chest. It's the kind of titties that when somebody draws them, you tell them they're drawing titties wrong.
Yeah.
Is that a watermelon?
Where?
I don't know. I glanced at the screen and it showed like a watermelon.
Small melons.
Baby melon.
Yeah, she has like rock hard nipples too.
I think I've seen a lot of girls with fake tits have got like hard nipples. Like perma hard nipples.
Yeah.
Poor gal is
Oh,
looking at
boy.
some back problems later in life. I thought that was a myth. The big tits and the back
Yeah.
problems.
She has she's pretty active, so her body probably could handle it.
As long as you're working out, right? You're doing your squats,
Yeah.
you're doing your deadlifts, whatever it is.
Keep them tight.
Oh, okay.
What was that?
Nothing.
Siobhan says it isn't. Big tits, bad back. I
Well,
get
if
sick
you
from
have
taking hot
ginormous
showers.
tits.
If she
Yeah,
has
Jack.
what tits?
If you have really big boobs that you can't manage,
Oh yeah,
then
so
that's a problem.
if you have got unmanageable fat bags of tits, it's too
Fat
hardcore.
bags. How you doing, Nikki? Long time.
Yeah, Nikki, how are you?
I talked to you the other day, Eric, but then I fell asleep because you were on pretty late.
But no, you were on, but I wasn't talking to you. I haven't spoken
Ooh.
to you in a while.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm good. You know what? That's a lie. I can't sleep. I'm up to like 2:45. I don't know.
What?
And then I
Why?
wake up. I don't know I don't know, man. It's so weird. I try to like close my eyes as hard as possible, and I can't do it. So
You need to get those what do you call it? Eye masks?
unless there's
Oh, I have
some that
those.
don't like touch my eyelid, I can try it. But
What?
I've tried one. Yeah, I don't want to feel like I'm being like somebody's like forcing my eyes closed.
That's
Oh, yeah, they
fucking
have
crazy,
those.
dude.
You know.
What?
They have those where the little pockets where your eyes can kind of like set if you open your eyes.
Yeah.
What?
I don't have those. The other ones I have are like nice cotton
Wait,
ones.
what is up, Mike? Is that not a thing? He
No,
sounds
dude,
so
just
confused.
just wear an eye mask, dude, so you could sleep and you don't have to worry about outside brightness.
No, but I get what she's saying. Sometimes the certain eye masks, they feel like they're just compressing onto
Yeah.
the eyeballs. So like, let's say you just kind of like want to open your eyes, and the mask, it just you actually wake up when you do that. But if it's like a very comfortable fit, you're gonna naturally maybe open your eye, you see it's dark, and you just go back to sleep again.
Oh, Siobhan says they do exist. They're called pony blinds. Also great for long lashes.
Pony blinds. And then, John, can you show me what that is? Show me a video.
Have you tried melatonin?
I did a while ago and then I stopped because I was like taking it almost every night.
Yeah, that's not good. That's
Actually,
bad.
it would probably, yeah, no. So it probably, well, not tonight now because it's already too late.
Are you
Right.
using your computer before you go to bed?
Oh yeah, blue light. It's bad.
Yeah, that should
Well,
keep you up.
I thought, you know what, hold on a second. I thought I changed that on here for a nightlight thing.
You
Yeah,
gotta
well,
do like a.
I'm always on my computer because I'm researching a whole bunch of shit, for the whole business thing. So I'm like constantly on a roll, like from when I wake up to when I try to go to sleep. I'm just always reading articles, stuff about law shit, you know.
See the thing is, you need to find a ritual to kind of wind down, because when you try to go to sleep, or you go to sleep with so much, on your plate,
Input.
you just won't rest. Like your body, it won't. Even if you do sleep, it won't be good rest, because you're still preoccupied. Like if you find something that relaxes you, like listening to music, or maybe reading something that's away from what you were dominantly doing, will completely help you um, get rest. But it has to be like 30 minutes apart. Like you can't just say, all right, done on the computer, gonna hit the bed and try to knock out. That does not work, especially when you get older. It doesn't work.
No. Well, so what I normally do is I give myself, well, at least last night I thought it was giving myself like 30 minutes to an hour, and I just find myself staring at like the bedroom, and it's a force of habit to see how, like, looking at Alexa's time and just seeing how like it's been 10 minutes, you know.
Oh no, you need to do something like in that downtime to relax you, not just stare. Like if staring that sounds like it's making you even more anxious, so then you really won't be able to sleep well.
What do you
If you,
do to wind down? Not
I just
masturbate.
I just read. I don't
Jerk,
really masturbate.
jerk off, dude.
Mhm.
Dude, I haven't jerked off in like a year, man.
What?
He's saving his seed.
Need
My
it.
power is strong. No one has spilled my seed. Well, someone has spilled my seed, but
They've
Oh,
consumed
God.
your seed.
not my own. Yeah. Yeah, she did.
What? I just turned the lights off and what? It says Noops. What's up, Trey Noops? I just turned the lights off and my devices and knock out, or I fall asleep with my damn computer and wake up and go lay down.
Well, everyone's built different though.
That's true.
Like my sister can do that.
Yeah,
And
no,
she
I need to
sleeps
wind
like
down.
a pharaoh, like just straight.
Oh, damn, dude.
Like her arms are next to her arms.
Like fucking
blanket's
Dracula,
perfect.
dude.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
All right,
I
yo,
got my new eye mask.
I switched the
And I was
cape.
like, yeah.
Eric, I
Mhm.
switched the cape.
Let me see. Let me see.
Hang on, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Still not convinced, man. This cape is. Did he leave? Why could you leave?
Yeah, he said he had to pee. I like how he's like, here, critique it, but I gotta pee.
Kind of want him to send me this image so that I can show him what I'm trying to say. It looks like a. It doesn't look like a cape. It looks like a wing that's just attached to her back.
Is it
Hey,
too short?
Well, the reference, the cape reaches like the back of her ankles.
Oh, the
No, not
Oh.
ankles. The back of, kind of like
elbows.
the back of the knee. That's like where
Oh.
the cape is in the reference. But if it's a cape that's trying to like float, it's not succeeding, because it just looks like an accessory that's just attached to her back. We fixing other artists' art now?
Mike asked him.
He actually didn't. I just told him I didn't like it.
Oh, okay, so I came in after that happened. Okay.
Well, I told him this is cool, but if
You
you're
do that
trying
a
to-
lot though.
Yeah, I mean,
I know that
but-
you don't mean it like, you know, But like you even said it like on your stream, you're like,
Yeah.
oh shit, like people sharing his guys, people who share the art is fantastic. I love it. His community is so into let's draw together and stuff. But like, when new people come in or whatever, he wants to see it and he fucking critiques right off the bat. And I was like, damn, Eric, he just got here.
Yeah, just go into like teacher mode, like automatically.
Yeah. And then after like 5 minutes of talking, he goes, oh, I don't mean to do this.
Yeah, it's like shut up.
That's so funny. I'm like modding, like he doesn't mean any harm. We swear.
Mike's easy though. At least I could tell him this sucks and he can like fix it.
Mm-hmm. John, did you finish Canetti's thingy? Or no?
Oh yeah, John's doing one. Let me see it, John.
Yeah.
Ah, thanks, Kabong. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I wasn't saying it like shame on you. He
No, I
just
know.
has like this nick that's like bing.
God damn, John. It's so feisty.
Shut up, Nikki.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go watch Nemo now. You brat.
Nemo, the
No, his cat.
kitty.
Kitty. Mm. Oh, polyester products? Why can't I find this stuff?
Oh, I
It's
know what I
coming.
could.
Hmm.
Hey, John, what's that team? Um, actually, no, I can't even describe it. Never mind.
Cool.
Never mind. So,
So if you can be like my audiobook, then maybe I can go to sleep faster, you know? Read this story.
what kind of books do you normally read?
Murder.
What the fuck?
Murder mystery.
And you go to sleep fine after something like that?
Actually, no. I do fall asleep fine, but I have really fucked up dreams, and I've shared a few on stream when back when I was streaming. Oh man, that was funny. I can't remember. I was like playing a bunch of these horror games and watching horror movies, and next thing you know, this dream is so vivid because I would never put myself or imagine me dating Jason Alexander.
What?
And he's like this, yeah, I don't know where the fuck he came from. I don't know what happened, but we're like dating and in his like fancy schmancy like penthouse, and I walk down like this like creepy hall and notice that like the front door is open, and it was like a long hallway, and I was like, what's happening? And like I turned like to like say hey, like the door is like open, and this guy's getting like murdered. I won't go into detail. And it's just like it's going like back and forth of like me trying to get out of this like penthouse, and then I wake up. So,
Yeah, that happens when you watch these things.
What a wonderful explanation.
Yeah. Oh, John, the team that I was trying to refer to you and ask you for their name is the Gotcha Men, Battlefield Planets peeps. No, but their capes are kind of peacockish. G-Force. Yeah, I haven't had a bad dream like what you had in maybe 10 years.
It was a bad.
I mean, that's kind of bad. Just kind of walked in on a murder.
uh,
If that's normal, huh? It's like no wonder you can't sleep.
I should probably write a book or something.
Maybe.
Write down my thoughts. I do believe that stress has a lot to do with it too, so we'll see.
Yeah, you just have to find something that's super chill that you can do. Even if it's on the computer. So like what I started to do before I kind of like transitioned to the books, I would use my computer, but I would get the warm light setting on it. So once the warm light setting hits, the blue light's not hitting me anymore, and I'm probably watching like Planet Earth or some nature documentary, and I
Ooh,
knock the fuck out.
that's. I forget how relaxing watching, like, yeah, the planet or like the ocean stuff. 'Cause you got the guy that's like
Yeah.
almost like he's got that voice that you're just like, and then like the water. Yeah, I
Yep.
think I'm gonna do that tonight.
Or if I don't know if you've ever seen Baraka, it's like there's no voice. It's just visual documentary, but amazing visuals. Watching that, it's since I've seen it like over 100 times, it's like the perfect go-to because I know what's going on and the images are all pleasant. So I just knock the fuck out. Yeah, there you go. John knows what's up. Samsara is good too.
John Amor.
I think Baraka is on Amazon. If you have Amazon,
I do.
yeah, it should be on there.
Visenya Designs. Hello. What's this guy
David
doing?
Attenborough taking a dump.
Oh,
He's not ready for my critique. He's just kind of prepping. Do it again, Mike. Do it again. Don't make me draw over your drawing. I was gonna mention the foreshortening's weird too, but I don't want to bombard him with too many things. He said Dave Tran also is doing one. I'm so stoked to see his.
oh shit! Let me plug in my phone because that was pretty loud thunder. God damn! I'm over the fucking rain. Ugh.
I didn't hear it.
Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Okay.
It didn't happen because I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, we had some crazy thunder on yesterday and the day before.
I gotta cut my nails. I'm finding scratches all over my arms.
Those are the night terrors, just scratching you when you finally get some sleep.
Yeah, I don't know where these came from. Mmm.
Are those Joe's love touches?
Like that? How do you do that?
And then just wake up with scratches. You're like, holy shit. I wasn't even awake for that. Quiet,
Shut up, John. Get out of here.
He's just mad because he does the same thing. Hey John, when's my Urban Animal coming? Boy?
Boy. The book, right? The one we paid for, right? Okay.
That one.
That one.
I'm not reading any new urban animal until I get it.
I want to feel it.
Sound it so sensual.
Did it?
Check the KS update. There's
I didn't
news
see.
there.
I have been on my email. I didn't see anything. Hold on.
I
Let me
signed
double
up.
check.
Yeah, I don't really look at that email because that's my junk email that I have my
Ooh.
Kickstarter signed up to.
Me too.
I keep forgetting to change it because I have like 4 or 5 Kickstarters that I have supported in that time frame. Oh wow, yeah, there's a lot of different news.
And here we go. Back up into my project. Oh, here we go. When was this? Earlier in June? Oh, oops.
It was a while back. I'm super happy. Today I finally got to draw some lewds for Patreon. I'm gonna post tomorrow. I haven't been able to draw anything like sexy and so long. It's so nice to draw. Nice pair of titties.
Well, you know my Instagram.
Okay.
John, are you gonna get on voice?
Should I get back on Patreon? Were you on Patreon? I didn't know you were on there.
Okay, so then there are 85 pages through. 200 pages? Oh my lanta.
What happened to fill me in with the deets?
Assuming I'm reading the right email, and correct me if I'm wrong, John. Oh wait. I'm confused on this email. For those receiving the complete Luther Strode PDF, if you didn't receive it, blah blah blah, you're 85. Luther Strode? It's talking about Luther Strode and some turd money, and then at the bottom of it, it has urban animal. Is that what they're talking about, John? It's still formatting in the pages? I need him to confirm before I tell you. Type faster. Get on voice, come talk to me. Okay. We are 85 pages through formatting the book for print, as mentioned a couple updates back. Whoops. It's going to be a bit slower than we planned, and the book is like going to end up between 250 and 300 pages rather than planned 200. Damn.
Oh, scam.
Uh-oh. Ew.
Goddamn scam.
Hi, noobs. I hear stomping. Get ready for that critique.
Let me get my critique voice.
Oh man, what's my water bottle?
Sir, welcome back. Oh, he left again.
Scared him away. Sublimation bugs. Damn, he did dip. What the hell? I need water. Ooh, I need water. Be right back.
Get You did hear my voice. Time to give him some tough loving.
Oh god.
The hell was that?
Excuse me, I had a little hiccup.
That's what that was.
Yes.
Yo, I'm back. What I missed?
Nothing.
The Nikki and
So
Eric
Nikki
show.
likes
Hmm?
Nikki apparently likes murders and listening to murders to go to bed. So that she has murder nightmares. Get all of that, Nikki.
How about that cape?
We'll get to that.
Alright. Are you eating?
Yeah, I am.
What are you eating?
Yeah, what are you eating?
Rice and kale with some fish.
What kind of fish?
Fish.
Salmon, bruh.
Ooh,
It was glazed with honey. Yeah.
I love honey salmon. Do you drizzle a little bit of lemon sauce on that?
No, I find the lemon kind of like it's a little too much. Like
love
I
it.
would do it maybe in the beginning, but not like at the end. I think that's when you're supposed to use it.
Yeah, I like the tang of it.
Then I add a little parsley on top to kind of balance it out. Oh, and I put sesame seeds in my with my kale.
Ooh, fancy boy.
Not really.
Yeah, so is this cape better or no?
No.
I did what you
So-
said though. I switched it the
Did
other way.
not. No. So when you hold on, is there any way you can send me this image?
Yeah, sure.
I put sesame seeds. Mew mew mew.
That's exactly how he sounds.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
This water is like gold. Oh, so good.
I don't like cold water.
Really?
No.
What?
I like the water at room temperature.
Here, I sent you the image.
All right, let me crack open Photoshop.
Oh.
I'm about to ruin this man's career.
I don't like
I'm
cold
just kidding.
water. I don't like cold water. Mew 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 mew.
Ew.
I like that. Good job.
Thank you.
Continue. Arc Athena. All right, let's see. Yeah, titties everywhere. Damn, this is. Forgot I was working on titties today.
Ooh, love titties. What's up, John Moore?
Mhm. Titties are great.
What's up, noobs? What's up? What's up, everybody? How y'all doing?
Whoa, what was that?
Michael.
That's not me. How dare you?
So you were choking on something. You all right?
Yeah, I thought you were joking.
Me? That's you. Come on already with the critique. Let's go.
Oh, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna draw. Like,
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because I don't know, man. However you described it before, it didn't click.
yeah.
All right. John Amore. John Sex Machine Amore. Making love to diabetic women. John Amore.
Yo, what?
Well then.
Right.
John Amore says, what? John likes easy, weak prey.
Oh, they pray now?
Mm-hmm. They're all prey.
Hear me, diabetic woman.
Get out of here.
I'm tapping myself into Mike's world. This is what he thinks about.
Yeah, sure. Get out of here, says John.
John, no voice?
How come John doesn't want to get in voice chat, you think, Nicole?
It's not like he's busy doing Eric's project, so come on.
Ooh,
I know.
damn.
It's because John...
Got called the fuck out.
It's because... No, it's worse. It's because there's a black person on voice chat and John's a racist.
Fucking
Oh
you.
my,
Yeah.
don't even.
Listen, I'm not saying that because there's a black person on voice chat, John doesn't want to get on and he's a racist. He's a bigot. But I'm not saying that either.
I don't like where this is going. You don't have to come on. I miss you.
Oh, so wholesome. I miss you.
Oh.
Lock it up. I do. I'm busy trying to kick you away. That's
UA from
Can't you just
2.4.
spare like 5 minutes? Please.
No.
John, how many more seasons of UA? Are you allowed to say? I don't know if that's confidential. I'm super busy and super important, says John Amore.
You could have said it instead of typing it.
We don't know yet. Hopefully 2 more.
Whoa.
Webtoon's being wishy-washy over there.
Okay, John, I forgive you. Hopefully next time when you're not as busy.
Windows Shift S.
He said he was drawing it. He wasn't gonna say anything. You're paying attention.
Okay. Where's this critique? Says John. Listen, Eric's helping.
I'm drawing it.
Yeah,
Yas. Yas.
I'm drawing it.
What was that?
She's making
What's
fun
that
of your
tone?
She's making fun of your deep voice.
I'm not making fun of it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
love it.
Oh, it's too kind.
Is it?
What do you want from me, woman?
Oh, okay, I'll text you.
Oh man. Say it. Say it, damn it.
Say it. Hey, Smokey Joe, what's up, baby?
Heyo.
Hey, yo, Smokey Joe. Smokey Joe, or should I say Heatwave Joe?
Him too?
Yeah, it's Heatwave Joe. Heatwave Joseph.
Joseph.
Because he's in the he's in the Ontario heatwave zone. I just finished raiding in WoW. I didn't know people still did that, dude. I had to come over to Twitch because Michael abandoned reading YouTube chats after he left to take a piss. I did. I guess I was.
I said hello to you.
I heard Nikki say hello. I just finished raiding in WoW. I didn't know people are still. I didn't know people still raiding in WoW.
Whoa.
That's still a thing.
Smokey Joe's over there putting the AIDS in raids.
Oh wow.
Wow. Okay.
Yo, Noobs, is it hot as balls where you are? I've been playing classic. I've been playing classic. We killed Gruul tonight. But I typed a damn book on YouTube that got overlooked like a zine in a bookstore. Let's see if I could spot that. Oh wait, what the fuck? You turned your lights off and devices? My friends critique my work and then it gets better. I learned the value of critique in school for illustration. Nikki wants to date George Costanza while watching people get murdered. Oh shit, what the fuck? I accidentally hid your messages, I think. I don't know how the fuck I did that either. I must have accidentally
Ooh,
fucking
okay.
touched the button.
I was like, what? I didn't see that on there.
I must have fucking tapped a button while I was holding my phone. I didn't do that on purpose.
Oh, wow. The whole thing.
Yeah, how the fuck did I do that, dude? What the shit?
Oh, no. And he even said he's making soda water.
I typed in I'm making
Dang,
soda water and
Noobs.
put my phone down, and then I guess at some point I didn't even know I could do that on the fucking app.
Interesting.
Alright. I fixed it.
had-
it.
Forgot to,
How
I
the
had your
fuck did
tab
I do
open, but
that,
I was on
dude?
a different tab. That's
Dude.
interesting.
I must have just tapped the fucking thing. I must have just tapped your name like twice in the wrong way.
Sorry, noobs.
Sorry, noobs. I'm like, for all the YouTube streaming that I do, I'm like not competent on YouTube chat moderation. I didn't even know, for example, I didn't even know that was a tool. YouTube timeout. I didn't know. Yeah, for example, I didn't know you had YouTube timeout like that. Like you could hide a user's messages versus like I've banned users before, but I've never timed anybody out like that. Yep, so my bad. Nikki wasn't ignoring you, Noops. That was on me. Adult zine, says Yoji. I tried YouTube streaming when I got banned from Twitch. It's different. Why'd you get banned from Twitch, Noobs? What did you do? What law did you break?
All right, I'm gonna send it to you.
Oops. Sorry.
Because I'm dumb, I watched 2 movies on stream without disabling VODs. Oh, fuck, you left the VOD up, dude? Oh my god, dude. Dude, that's a no-go, man.
No.
Apparently people on Twitch are skirting the DMCA. They're skirting the DMCA rules. Well, Nagi told me this because she needs to listen. She said she needs to listen to her music on stream, but doesn't want to get a DMCA claim. So what she does is she listens to her music on stream, but she disables VODs and she disables clips. So you can't clip or VOD. This way there's no permanence of your stream there. So you stream and then it disappears. So there's nothing for them to like scroll through to like, you know, there's nothing for them to dig through to get your info. Which is like, it's bittersweet because I can't do that because every one of these VODs after I'm done gets the comb through by YouTube. YouTube sifts through all the fucking hours of my content looking for one slip up, dude. Hey, Skullbash.
All right, I just posted it.
Damn, you redrew the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, let's see. Oh shit. Oh, well, fuck me, dude. Damn, that is good. That's tight. I like you put it under her tuchus too.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
So now
good.
you see what
Now I get it. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, dude, I was also going to add some shit. I was going to add some beams coming up from behind her. But I like what are those there? Particles?
Yeah, they're whatever.
Yeah,
They're
no.
just
I was going
placement
to
holders.
You always want to put a little junk in the foreground to really push it.
Yep.
Yes. Same wavelength. Excellent. No, I love it, dude. That makes way more sense. I totally see it. Let's do it. Thanks, Skullbash.
You're welcome.
I'm definitely going to beat John now.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I don't think I could beat Dave. Cuz Dave's been working on his for like Dave's been working on his for like a month, it seems. But John hasn't started working on his at all. That bum.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no.
Oh, well, John's busy though.
No.
Like,
No excuses. Yeah, sure. John's got a webtoon that he needs to tune.
He needs to do.
You've both already won. Take note of his use of foreshortening too. Did you change the foreshortening, Skullbash?
yes. There's some areas that could use some just they just need some adjusting, like the left arm that's going away from the image. I've made it go lower.
A little bit lower.
So like yeah.
Yeah.
And I kind of like largen the muscles for arms and fist, holding the so I made that that weapon she's using like to my advantage, Like I overlapped it just a little bit more instead of seeing the whole fist. So like that arc kind of like it gets in the way, and then it actually shows that it's behind that area, and then it completely opens up that space. Hey, what's up, Belle?
Hope you guys
Hi,
are well.
Bells.
Hey, Bill.
Hello, hello, hello.
What's up, Bell? And thanks again, Skullbash.
Hey, you're welcome, man. Anytime.
Foreshortening away from the camera always breaks. Foreshortening away from the camera always breaks my brain, says Joe. All right, guys.
Belle, how are you?
I got to run. It's time for my podcast with
Oh,
Eric
shit.
Canetti. Thank you, Nikki. Thank
Oh,
you,
shit.
Skullbash. Skullbash, you did it just in
Bye.
time, buddy. Bye, everybody.
Go, Dave. I just go live.
Right now?
I'm
I just-
already live.
just-
Your show, I'm just here.
It's just us hanging out. It's as if you made time for me to come and hang out at my place.
Yeah.
Imagine we're eating pizza.
Oh man, I just had tacos.
Ooh, what kind?
Taco.
Those and pizza. All right, here we go.
Did you say Taco Bell?
Yeah.
Dude, I love Taco Bell. I know people
Nothing
rag
wrong
I'm
on
gonna
with
hit this button and see if it doesn't break. I wonder if they fixed this program since. Hey, look at that. Everybody's in. There's already people in here.
Let me pull up your stream, Eric, so I may read the chat. Anybody see that Many Saints of Newark trailer? That's the Sopranos prequel trailer. You guys hear about that?
No.
Yeah.
Forget it. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the Sopranos prequel trailer. It's called Many Saints of Newark.
Yeah. But you're saying forget it. It's bad.
Oh no. I'm just asking if you guys have seen it. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh. No, I have not. I saw people excited about the fact that it's a thing.
Okay, all right.
But I wasn't a Sopranos person, so I just didn't pay attention.
Me neither. There are two shows that I missed. The Wire and Sopranos. Like they just I didn't hop on when they were hot, and then so many years have gone by. I feel like it's a little late.
I am the same. I once had a German try to while I was in Germany at a like event, try to explain The Wire and his enthusiasm for The Wire
Wow.
in this like whatever the German equivalent of Spanglish is.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Yeah, and he's just like, he's getting really enthusiastic and animated and telling me like, there's this one scene and they just say fuck, and then he's cracking up and he's like, and it's so good. And I'm like, oh, okay, man.
Was this at a convention?
I was there for a whole like event signing thing. There was no actual convention. It was like kind of a tour of signing for stores and doing some press. He was sort of my translator and sort of the guy. So the guy who was my like official handler from the publisher didn't live in Berlin anymore and couldn't drive, and so he didn't have like any way to get me places, and he didn't remember where everything was. So he's like, but that's okay. I've got this friend who also works for the press. And we've promised that as long as he gets like a one-on-one interview with you, he'll get to be the tour guide and liaison and translator and yada yada. So this other guy filled in that way, and that's the one who was telling me about The Wire.
You guys keep talking. I'm gonna tell people that we're live.
Tell away.
let them know.
Do you find those events like that? Does it stress you out doing them?
In general, no. I mean, every event has some level of stress, of course.
Sure.
But in general, no. That Germany trip was stressful. And it's just lots of weird specifics.
Anything you get into, or?
Not before Eric starts.
All right, maybe we'll come back to it.
It was just stuff like there's always a disconnect between English and German in terms of like understanding each other's sensibilities. So I would tell jokes that just didn't, and just like not jokes like I'm setting up a punchline, but just joking around kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's obvious that you do not get that you're joking.
Yeah, you're just being jovial.
Or just like weirdly inappropriate, or
You were being weirdly inappropriate?
I wasn't. I was joking. Just like kind of like regular joking. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just being a little silly while we're hanging out.
Yeah.
And then,
Sure.
the Germans who were showing me around, or just Germans in general that I was around, were not picking up on the humor side.
Yikes.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Oh, yes. Welcome. While Eric is still doing his thing. Hello, Atomic Bulldog. Hello, Nikki. Hello, Eric Bonham. Hello, El Padrino. Hello,
All right, that's that.
Japanese
This is all
person?
super official and everything. Hello, Japanese person. It's very welcoming, Michael. Hello,
Dave,
Japanese person.
David, do
All
you
right,
have
let me get
to
to chat, and then we can start drawing and chit-chatting.
Can either of you
Here we
read
go.
kanji?
I cannot.
How do I pronounce my surname? Canete. C-A-N-E-T-E. For easy translation of my username, it's Hebrew Jewish. Okay. Hello. Good evening. Thank you for being here, Atomic Bulldog. Good evening to you. Mr. Dave Peterson is joining me in chat right along with my the Batman to my Robin, the Thelma to my Louise,
Hey,
the oats to my meal. Mr. Michael DiNicola.
it's me.
Hello, Nikki. How are you? The good Eric and Mr. Eric Boneho. How are you? El Padrino. Good evening. Thank you for being here. 3 smiley faces in a row. Unfortunately, I can't read your name, but hello. Thank you for being here. Greg Moran. Hello. John Amour. John Amour's late. I just want everybody to know that. John Amour's late with my deadline. It's disappointing.
Yeah, let's shame him.
We were late too, though, weren't we?
100%.
There
No,
we
Yes.
no. Deadline wise, you guys are doing just fine. John Amour's way behind. And it's most disappointing when it comes from him because he's normally the guy that rides your ass when you're late. So when he's late, oh my god, it's doubly sinful.
Should we give them a little context?
In what sense?
Oh.
No, why?
Oh,
Just shame him.
shame. Guys, you don't need to know the context. Just know that John Moore is late and he deserves your shame.
Yeah, no. Jokes aside, so in the I'm gonna start drawing. I'm just gonna bring this iPad up and we're just gonna chit chat. So in the as a premium for the people who early adopt to my forthcoming crowdfunding campaign sometime in 1st or 2nd week of September, depending on when we officially launch, but definitely September. Early adopters, X amount of hours. I think it's the first 48, Mike. I can't remember what we had decided on, but
Yeah.
X amount of hours in first 2 days. Yeah, first 2 days of the campaign, everybody gets exclusive trading cards. And because I like your guys' art, I reached out to you individually and said, hey, would you mind coming up with these sort of 90s tribute style trading cards, like kind of you'd find in Wizard Magazine and all those other, era appropriate images, promos, right? And you guys were pretty enthusiastic about it.
Love it.
And I saw you trying to, I asked you and I asked Dave and I asked John, and Dave was well on his way. And I think it was a couple days ago when you guys kind of conferred and said, hey, so how close are you to being done?
Yes.
To which John Amour said, I didn't think it was due until September.
That is exactly what he
Bum. The bum who doesn't put me on his freaking calendar. If not one of his best friend, his best friend. All right. I guess I'll get over that disappointment. It's gonna be easier because Dave Peterson is here. Hello, Dave.
Hello.
Dave makes
Thank you so
everything
much
easier.
for your time. I think so. So guess what, Mike? I was chit chatting with Dave 15 minutes into the before the stream,
Sure.
and for whatever reason, I had made massive assumptions that I knew something about him and his product. To which he said, "No, Eric, that's actually off. That's off by a
Oh.
lot."
Oh shit.
And I was like, "Huh."
Not like in a bad way. It's like that's
No.
something-
But I love being wonderfully wrong because I get to learn all about it. I feel like I'm getting an opportunity to learn about it again. You know. So
Okay.
at first we were talking about, I introduced the idea that somewhere I had read that Dave had been, so when he had published Mouse Guard, he was going to, he had found a way to distribute it through a local comic book store. He corrected it and he said it's not inaccurate, but that wasn't necessarily the story.
Oh, okay.
Dave, can you go over that again? Just that very
Yeah.
beginning part that you were talking about.
Yeah, I self-published the first issue of Mouse Guard just because that was the only way I thought I would be able to get a comic out. Took it to my local comic convention. It was print on demand, so they, cost them from a leg. I mean, I could still hand sell them to the final owner, but I couldn't distribute them in any way. There were a couple stores there at that local show who were like, "Oh, would you wholesale 10 copies to us for our store? We like this book." And I was like, "I don't even understand what you're talking about, and I don't think I discount this because I paid too much for it." And then I was getting ready to do the next issue. That was in May of 2005. And then in July of 2005, I went to the San Diego Comic Convention just to just wander around and see the spectacle and meet other fans of things and meet Mike Mignola and get signatures and stuff like that. That was my plan. I bumped into a guy who knew me from the local show, and he was like, "I know why you're here. You're trying to get Mouse Guard set up at a publisher." I was like, "Nope. Who wants this dumb square book about mice? You think Marvel wants that? You think DC wants that?" And he was like, "No, but a smaller publisher might." And then he recommended Archaea, and he said the name of someone who founded Archaea, Mark Smiley. And I knew Mark Smiley from several years before. And Mark had given me a really good portfolio review for just like an illustration portfolio that I'd showed him. And I don't mean good like he had nothing but good things to say. I mean good like it was really helpful and thoughtful. And so I just thought, I'll show this to, I'll walk over to that Archaea booth. I'll show this to Mark. He's going to give me some pointers about what I could be doing better on my book. But that's probably about as far as this is going to go. And he went, "Let's publish this book together."
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
After showing it to him once, right?
Yeah.
But
It all-
you had already established a relationship with him, though, right, Dave?
What's that?
You had already established a relationship with him. You kind of already had.
Once at another convention. We weren't like fast friends. I didn't really have contact information for him. There was no there was no out of convention talk. I approached him once at a convention and chatted with him, and he did remember me from then. But yeah, there was no friendship.
I was looking through your website, and by the way, if you haven't visited Dave Peterson's website, it is mouseguard.net. Am I representing that well,
That's
Dave?
correct. Yeah.
Yep, Mouse Guard. I went and looked at it earlier today, and there's a lot of publications there, but I think there was by way of story, right? By way of graphic novel, minus the minus the coloring book, and I think there was an alphabet book in there as well. Correct?
Yep.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. It's such a great marketing. It fits so well within your brand. But I saw that there were 6 books, 6 volumes.
So there's
5.
3 volumes in the main series: Fall, Winter, and Black Axe.
Okay.
And then we did the Legends of the Guard spin-off anthology, where guest artists came in and told tall tales and legends. I draw kind of the linking scenes, so that all the mice are in a tavern telling tall tales to try to clear their bar tab. I draw all those tavern scenes, but as soon as a mouse starts their story, that's where it's a guest. And you did one of those in volume 2. One of those stories. So we have 3 volumes of that. And then we have a short story collection of my short comics that were like free comic book day style sampler stories, like little 8-page samplers to get you into Mouse Guard. We collected a bunch of those and put those in a short story collection called Baldwin the Brave and Other Tales. So that's the meat of the series. Everything else is supplement kind of stuff.
Dude, that's a lot.
Coloring
There are
book
guys out there doing self-publishing stuff that is nowhere near that, man. You're not in spitting distance of the stuff that you've managed to publish. Now, we were talking
Again,
earlier, this is close to 2 decades, right?
Yeah, again, I can't get credit for being a self-publishing guy because I self-published one issue.
I don't know about that. It's like I think the way you say it's diminishing the idea that, you know, some guys have published the one issue but don't have the same sort of longevity as you. You know?
Sure. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. That's the part to me that is, I mean, of the many things that I admire about your tenacity, that one is probably top 3. Where you found the thing that it's obvious that you have a real passion for it, right? And you said, I'm going to continue to do this, right? One of the things that I'd always wanted to ask you was there ever anything else in your sort of, you know, that target reticle, for the lack of a better term, that you wanted to do? Was it always Mouse Guard, I guess, right? Was it always like, I have stories and it's this? You're saying no.
Yeah, no. I mean, I had, so this is a great segue tie-in for my video podcast series, Eric.
Yeah.
Which is called the Plot Masters Project. So when I was in high school, several friends and I liked to toy with the idea of like, what if we made our own comics? Yeah. And some of them were people who tended to come up with story ideas. Some of them were other artists.
Oh, go on. Sorry.
Some of them, that's okay. But anyway, we made this little, like, you know, fake comic book publishing company that never made anything really, right, other than concept designs. And we called ourselves the Plot Masters. And
yeah,
between the main other guy, Jesse Glenn, my best friend, he's the character of Kenzie in the comics is based on Jesse. Jesse and I, between the two of us, came up with about probably 30 unique IPs during that time.
Jesus.
Holy crap.
We liked sitting around and drawing. There was probably like a decade between being in high school and being in college, and in that range where yeah, I mean, we would like sitting around and drawing the Ninja Turtles or sitting around and drawing our favorite X-Men, but we would also go like, what if we made a superhero team that had a history and a lineup, an ever-changing lineup like the X-Men? What would our thing? And then we were never creating them to fit into the X-Men. They weren't going to be recruited by Xavier or anything like that. It was our own thing. Or, you know, let's take everything we like about Ninja Turtles and make our own thing. Let's take everything we like about Robotech and make our own space opera.
Sure.
And yeah, between some of them were things that were purely his, some of them were purely mine, and some of them we worked on together. And like I said, together I think there was about 30 total. So the Plot Masters Project is now us as adults going back and looking at those and sharing all the old embarrassing artwork with you guys, but also we redesign and redraw just a single image, almost like a cover or a pinup of that thing, of like, how would we treat that today? So there were a lot of things like that, but obviously because some of those were Jesse's, those, like when it comes time to do Mouse Guard, you know, or when it comes time to do something, and for me, it happened to Mouse Guard. All the things that were Jesse's, you know, those are hands off. I can't touch those. And even the things that were ours, that gets a little precarious. Like,
sure.
Are we gonna work together on this, or am I gonna do this thing on my own? And at the time that I stepped out and did Mouse Guard, part of it was out of frustration of either waiting for other people or waiting for opportunities to happen. I was like, this isn't gonna happen unless I just start making pages. Like, I don't need anybody else that I can blame for not getting a script in on time, not getting something colored on time, having a disagreement over story with. If it's just me,
Mm-hmm.
and then it fails, and I don't get it done, I can only be mad at myself. But if it gets
Sure.
done,
Sure.
awesome. I got something accomplished finally, you know. So, so I kind of figured that us working on something together probably wouldn't be good also. So then when I looked at all the things that were just mine, Mouse Guard was the thing that was the best. Like it was the best idea that I had.
Right on.
There were other things there that could have been fun, but none of them seemed like I just wasn't as passionate about the others, or they just didn't feel like they had legs, or they were too
Sure.
abstract. Yeah.
I think when you're coming up with stories in your head, there are these premises that seem promising, but really you haven't dedicated enough sort of mental energy into like turning it into a long form narrative. You kind of go like, oh, that's cool because it has robots and it has monsters, but it doesn't go anything beyond that. There's nothing, substantial there that you can turn into whatever X amount of chapters. But then apparently, I mean, it's obvious that you had something to do. You had something more with Mouse Guard to go. I think I can turn that into. How many pages was the first volume?
The first hardcover?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 192 pages, but that includes like table of contents stuff and all that.
Sheesh.
Yeah, but still,
it's
190 some odd.
It's like 24 pages over 6 issues. So
Yeah.
Wow.
So you had 6 issues worth of a story to tell, right?
Well, no.
No?
I mean, I did
Tell
that
me.
first. I did that first issue, that first self-published issue.
Mhm.
Really was like a litmus test. Like, can I do this?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I think I can. I want to. I had already gone. Our mutual friend Jeremy Bastian had encouraged me to go to that local convention, which I had gone to. That convention ran twice a year, so I had gone to the fall one and set up next to him, and actually shared a table with another guy, a third guy. And Jeremy had really encouraged. At first, when Jeremy's like, "Oh, you should go to this convention with me," I was like, "But I don't have a comic. That doesn't make any sense."
Yeah.
I don't have a comic, and I've been setting up there for the last 6 years. And I was like, oh, shit.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
How much does it for a half table? $50? Yeah, I'm in. I was going to go to this convention anyway and pay 20 at the door for a day. Why not pay 50?
Right. What was the value in that for you, Dave? Would you say that it was just for the experience of having a table and sitting behind and operating as a vendor, or where was your brain on that?
My brain on that one was, so like I said, part of it was just the bargain. Like I looked at it as like, if I went for one day, it was like 18 or $20. If I wanted to get in for the whole weekend and have a place to sit, it was $50.
Right.
That's value added. But I thought, like, this is my chance to see if people are interested in my work besides the people who are, loved ones who obviously are going to, be positive about your work. But you're like, is there wider appeal beyond grandma and grandpa and, my closest
At that point on your table, did you have anything Mouse Guard related at all, or was it just like a collection of your work?
Yeah, I treated it like I put together a portfolio that was mostly originals, a few pieces that were prints that I literally printed out on my home like inkjet printer. They weren't.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
They were just, things that I printed out.
Love it.
And I would sell these prints really cheap, or I had the originals for sale, and it was a Swiss Army knife, like scattershot approach to, look, I can do this. I can also do this. I can do watercolors. I can do pencil rendering. I can do ink. I can do superheroes. I can do talking animals. I can do D&D characters. It was all over the place, and a terrible portfolio, really, because of that. Because it was like the worst version of the jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, so after the show,
look, this guy's showing off how he's not accomplished at anything.
Wow.
But you did manage to. I mean, after all was said and done, you did manage to get what you wanted out of it, which is you wanted to have the experience. Well, savings first, but obviously the experience of sitting behind a table, right?
Yes. Well, and I thought I was going to get commission work out of it. I thought like having the sampler would be, enticing where somebody goes, oh, I like this superhero, could you do a painting or a drawing like
Sure.
that for me? Or, oh, I like these talking animals, could you do? And I didn't really get commissioned, but I had a bunch of people who saw some of the mouse designs in my portfolio and asked, when does this book come out?
Wow.
Hmm.
Okay. Cool.
People, I was like, no, there's no book. It's not a book. It's just
Right.
drawing for an idea I have, And then after like the third person asked, when does this book come out? I'm like, I'm missing a trick. This is I should not answer. There's no book. So I just said,
Yeah.
I'm getting the issue ready. The first issue will be out at the next convention, which at that point was 6 months away. I'd like just started a clock.
So so at the show you had decided, hey, I'm getting enough really great feedback about this thing that I'd never made a plan about, and 6 months from now I'm gonna have a book out.
Yeah. Well,
That's
Wow.
freaking awesome. Or an issue. Yeah. That is freaking awesome.
That is awesome.
and
You basically put yourself in a pressure cooker, Dave.
yeah, and and really when you think about it, like drawing 24 pages in 6 months doesn't sound like a pressure cooker.
For some people it is.
Well, I mean,
Well, when you-
yeah,
you know,
yeah. I mean, if you've never drawn a comic book before,
Yeah, exactly. When you've
Yeah.
never really done it before. I mean, I had
Right.
drawn some pages here and there, but I had
Right.
never told a story, even if it's just a chapter that has like
Yeah.
beginning, a middle, and an end.
it's not as easy as it looks, right? It's not as
Nope.
conceptually.
Nope.
When you have it in your hand already kind of done from somebody else, you go like, oh yeah, of course I can polish it here and there. And the reason why I bring that up, I'm getting a little chuckle on the inside, and we'll get back to your story really quick, but I see a lot of crowdfunding guys who are trying it now, and what an amazing environment that we're in. To contrast it to what you were talking about, you said, oh my gosh, it cost me an arm and a leg to get this thing print on demand. And now we're in an environment in sort of in a situation in which if you had these kinds of resources available to you back then, imagine the sort of the next level of opportunity you may have had leveraged for yourself, right? But what I think what people have a tendency to lose track of is that independent of the campaign, which is it can get really super exciting, you can get really caught up in how successful it is and so on and so forth, but at the end of the day there still is the task and the craft of making the comic book. And I know a handful of people who are ill prepared to go into that space. Sure, they see the comic, and then you ask them like, why did you make these panel-to-panel decisions in your narrative? And they can't answer you, because they just see, oh, it's a cool picture, but it doesn't really make much sense by way of flow and storytelling, So that's why I'm getting a chuckle out of it, to think that it's happened to the best of us,
And those are people who I assume have some experience, and maybe they just in a rush made bad decisions, or because they're in their own echo chamber made bad decisions. Panel
Sure.
arrangement.
Sure.
When you've never done it, there's also just the like, can you get to 24 pages? Like the most pages I've ever drawn. I had a couple of cool college professors who let me do some like graphic novel or comic style presentations by drawing like a mini comic instead of turning in a paper. And so I had drawn like 4-6 consecutive pages, but they weren't really narrative, they were almost gimmick. And like 4 or 6 pages or whatever, when you're like, I need to draw 24 pages, the characters need to be recognizable,
Right.
all the way through. Even though I'm going to develop as an artist, I'm going to start finding shortcuts on like page 12 for how to draw these guys. It's going to like suddenly change how I'm drawing.
You were doing that by page 12. You're already coming up with like, shorthand for the characters that you develop.
Well,
really?
or things where like you draw while you're sketching something out, you draw a character's eye a little smaller during while you're penciling it, and you're like, ooh, that looks good. That actually looks better than it did on page 3. All right, shit, I'm gonna draw the eye a little smaller from now on.
Right. And in span of, what do you think? In the span of 24 pages, did you see such a change due to growth and or sort of preference in the way that you were drawn?
Sure.
Yeah?
I feel like that happens almost every issue I do.
Wow.
There's still something different.
Let me say hello. Let me say hello to everybody in chat. Hello, Jasper Plan 9. Good evening. Thank you for being here. Emiliano Lemos. Hello, Eric. Greetings from Argentina. Hello, Argentina. Thank you for joining us. What about good ahoy, good sir? Best camera in the biz. I think that's you, Mike. Best camera in the biz. He says.
Oh, well, thank you, Eric.
How are you, man? Thank you for joining us. Fuyuki, hello, everyone. Hello to you. And I am Mac. He's saying, good evening, all. Finally made alive. Thank you so much for being here. We are joined by the artist and author of Mouse Card, Mr. David Peterson. He's regaling us of stories of how he ended up becoming the success that he is. So if you've got a minute to listen, I'm going to try to ask him really good questions, but I also encourage you to, if you have any questions for David, to please ask in chat, and we'll get to them as soon as we can. Sorry to cut you off, Dave. Go ahead. You're saying you by in the time that you've drawn, you're still doing it now, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think as an artist you should be. There's going to be growth that's positive and even growth that's negative. You get your own unfortunate positive feedback from bad decision making. Like, oh, that felt easier, so it was good, and then you look back at it and you're like, well, that's actually because I rushed through that drawing.
Yeah. The reason why it kind of trips me up, not freaks me out, but it trips me up because I'm such a huge stickler for consistency. You know, like not necessarily model sheet version, animation version of consistency, although that's probably where it comes from in my pedigree of working in animation. But certainly, like if I'm going to draw something who's, like I say, a character whose eyes are X amount of, wide apart, right? I try to maintain that all throughout, independent of my own sort of like personal tastes as I reach 10 pages in. So to hear you say that, it kind of makes me go, oh, look at that. That's a different approach to everything,
I mean, I try to do it. I realize that stuff happens, and to fight it is in some ways like fighting your own artistic growth. But yeah, that consistency stuff, things that drive me nuts are I'll realize oh, I forgot to draw this character's, belt in this. This, they have a belt on the last page, and now they have a belt in this panel, but there's 3 panels in between where I forgot to draw a belt, or or their sword in, or I forgot to put their earring in, or I forgot to put whatever their thing is, and be like, oh.
So you're talking about primarily just something that has come to you it feels better than the previous way that you've drawn it, not necessarily because you missed a belt, but because you this is a bad example, but I suddenly feel like I can draw fur better by the time I get to this panel, but that's not exactly how I drew the fur 9 panels ago.
Yeah. I mean, if you're doing the pages in order, the growth should be subtle. There shouldn't, unless you set down everything and come back to it a year later, there shouldn't be a jump where it's going to be totally jarring for the audience. They could notice it, especially if they look at on that first issue of Mouse Guard, especially the first time that you see the main character mice on, I think it's page 3.
Yeah.
The Saxon, Kenzie, and Liam. When you see them on page 3, and then you see them in the middle of the book, and then the end of the book, you're like, oh, these look different. these drawings.
Craft-wise is because you were growing. Craft-wise is because you are sort of building up your repertoire of how to render them, right? You start getting more and more comfortable with drawing your own characters, which is a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Right? But it's not any less true, which is these are your characters, you're supposed to know how to draw them. But by the time you get 5-10 pages in, you start understanding the little isms that allow you to draw them more enjoyably. I don't know if it's the same for you.
Yeah.
Right?
And some of it's stuff with Mouse Guard, because the characters only have little black beady eyes. I don't have the white of the eye. So doing any kind of expression where a character is rolling their eyes or looking off to the side, they don't have eyebrows. I lose a lot of controls that other artists with other characters might have. So a lot of it comes down to this kind of body language, this overall body language.
Yeah.
And there was stuff there that I was finding also, where it was I can, if I make Kenzie just a little taller than I've been drawing, and tend to draw him a little more vertical, try not to slouch or hunch or curve, he automatically gets this kind of calm regalness which is part of his character. And if I draw
Yeah,
Sax
sure.
more slouchy, more like if I make those shoulders look like he's frustrated, look like he's angry,
Yeah,
if I
that's great.
always have his cloak moving, it fits who Saxon is as a character. And those were some of those were shortcuts that I was finding as I was going on that were
That's great.
intentional. Some of them were just,
Yeah.
oh, that looks cooler. And then some
Yeah.
of them were, hey, I'd never drawn a mouse from this angle until this panel called for it. And now that I have, I'm kind of figuring out some of the anatomy again that's going to
Sure.
also impact when I draw them from a profile or from the top down or whatever.
Did you find yourself sort of like, did you discover that because you had sort of, I don't know what the best how to best describe, like there are things that we port over from the influences that we don't even actively search out from. So in the case of drawing mouse cartoon, like mouse caricatures, right? There are going to be things, if you were to ask me to draw them, I naturally would take from everything from Disney to everything that I've seen that people have, the other way people will have drawn anthropomorphized animals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, did you find yourself with the realization of like, because I've limited myself to like little dots on the eyes, I kind of painted myself in a corner in as far as like having them emote or giving them personalities. You actually had to rediscover other ways to build in character outside of just like the typical faces,
The design stemmed from partly because of the era that we were in.
Give us context on that, Dave.
Pre Google image search.
Okay.
So if I wanted to look at what mice looked like from different angles, I was either going to have to invest in some taxidermy, or which also wasn't like, I don't know that the internet was brimming with easy to buy mouse taxidermy at that minute. Or you'd get like a book, one of those big photo coffee table books on animals or on rodents. And if you're lucky, like there's going to be 10 pictures in that book that are specific to what you need. And they're not going to be the angles that you necessarily want.
True.
To come up with a way to draw a mouse that looked enough like a mouse that someone without a title that says mouse guard.
Right.
That's a mouse, not a rat.
Sure.
And that I'm not doing a cartoon where the character can squash and stretch their way.
You didn't want that, is what you're saying.
I didn't want that. There's a like kind of harsh realism that the mice are all they have in the world, are each other and this group called the Mouse Guard, and so there can't be any like Deus Ex Machina kind of way to save them, whether that's religion or a mallet that they can pull out from behind their back or a bear trap, like cartoon style or whatever. It had to be like, oh, they are foraging for food because that's the only way they're going to make it to the next town. Oh, that sword, if it breaks, that's the only sword he has. So it had to have this like kind of real feeling in the same way that like Beatrix Potter's animals feel like real animals, even though they're wearing. So I needed a design that I could draw over and over. I didn't have a lot of reference handy to rely on, and they needed to look realistic enough that you knew what it was and would get that point across.
So you actively and purposefully took away all that squash and stretch. You said, I'm going to do enough cartooning but never cross a particular squash and stretch threshold, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at Aesop's Fables was an inspiration point, and so I just looked at a lot of like Golden Age illustrators, and actually I've shared this lots of times. In fact, there's a video on my YouTube channel called Drawing Like Yourself. That's a lecture that I did that goes into some of this stuff about kind of the early designs of the mice from Mouse Guard.
Yeah.
And there's a specific illustration by an illustrator named Tom Port, who's also a Michigander, and I had the fortune of being able to interview him when I was in college. Although that was after I had seen this illustration and kind of cribbed him. But he did a book called Coyote Goes Walking that was a retelling of Native American trickster stories with Coyote as a main character, and there was
Yeah.
one where Coyote kind of is trying to torment some mice, and I had this book. I loved his illustrations. They felt like Golden Age illustrations for me, even though he was contemporary. And yeah, there was this one like 2-page spread of all these mice hiding inside of a buffalo skull, the hollow of a buffalo skull, while the coyote is
Sure.
peeking. And they're all wearing like Native American animal skin kind of traditional dress. Tom Port researches that stuff a lot. And so I started, the first drawing of Mouse-Guard mice were me copying the way he drew mice. And then because you couldn't see their bodies, and I didn't know how to draw the anatomy of like, how would you draw a mouse standing on its hind legs? I just kind of copied the shape of those Native American animal skin robes, except I turned them into cloaks, which is why the guards wear cloaks. So
Right on.
yeah, but I was looking at classic kind of like Golden Age illustration style children's illustrations, more like in an Aesop's Fables kind of a world, rather than looking at like Fievel or Mickey Mouse or Disney's Robin Hood or those kind of things.
That makes
There's a couple questions in the chat. Let me get to them.
that makes a lot of sense.
First, let me say hello to hello Indie Comics Podcast. Hello from the Philippines. Thank you for being here, man. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining my friend Michael Nicola and our special guest David Peterson. Let's see. Mark K says the happy mistakes are actually evolutions. I agree with that to an extent.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're just mistakes.
Sometimes.
You scared Jordy says a great example of visible skill improving the illustrator's books progress in the Vampire Hunter D manga. Right on. Mark K has a question. How do you curb style fixation of other artists' styles and want to incorporate those into your own art? Dave?
Yeah, so I've done a lecture that I mentioned already called Drawing Like Yourself on my YouTube channel. And in there, I talk about that there's this like, because there is definitely a time and a place to emulate your heroes and to copy the works of others, even directly. Like that's an old master's way of learning composition and learning technique.
Sure.
But there comes a point when you have to, you know, it's like when I was a boy, when I was a child, I played with childish things. When I became a man or an adult, you know, I put those childish things away. Like, there's a point as an artist that you need to at some point put those influences away, or at least treat them differently. So I'm a huge Mignola fan, and there were many years where I tried to be Mignola. I tried to be Mike, and I wasn't great at it. And I kind of realized, like, at best, I'm always going to be a second-rate Mignola. Even if I like get this down, I'm still going to be a second.
Right.
So, as I went on with, you know, just my own kind of stuff, but still, like, even sometimes when I was working on Mouse-Guard, I remember a panel from Hellboy and be like, I want something like what Mike did in that part of the story. But obviously I can't draw it like Mike because that's not going to look right or whatever, you know. And it's about breaking down your hero's work past the facade. So a lot of people, when they try to emulate, for example, again, Mignola, they see these like kind of chunky shapes and big blocky shadows and skinny wrists, and they're like, that's it, I've cracked the Mignola code. It's like, no, that's the siding on the house. Like, there's a framework, there's an interior to that house, there is so much depth there that you need to break down. So it's more like you need to start asking yourself the questions like, what is it about that panel or that image or whatever that's resonating with me, and go deeper than just like, well, I love the big blocky shadows. Is it about, I love how the character is popping off of the background. I love the way that there's a sense of depth. Is it that I love that my eye is drawn a certain way? You know, my eye as the viewer is drawn through the image in a certain way. You there's lots of questions you can ask yourself like that, and then you have to start breaking it down to how is he achieving that? Is it about the balance of the size of the character versus the size of the overall piece? Where in the piece is that central figure? Does color play a role? Do negative spaces play a role? How could you do the same kind of thing but still use detail as opposed, like a lot of line detail as opposed to what Mike's doing, and still achieve that? Those are the kinds of things you have to break through the facade of the person, the style, the style facade of the person that's your hero, and then just try to break it down into smaller bits, and even just asking yourself, what is it about this piece that's appealing to me, and how could I do that the way I draw naturally?
That's great. That's great. I always say, in part, purely from a technical exercise. And I think whenever I see a person adopt a style from an obvious sort of resource, from an obvious source, from an artist, right? Mm-hmm. I think they land it well, but it is, and this isn't the right word, but I think you'll get my drift, which is, it comes off a bit lifeless, and mm-hmm. it comes off as a derivative, right? And I think it's because what they land is, I've seen a lot of guys who are really in love with the way Dave Finch renders things, right? Mm-hmm. And I look at and they land the rendering perfectly, right? But what they've accomplished is the technical skill of being able to render like Dave Finch does. What they haven't sort of uncovered is the why he renders the things that he does, right? Like, mm-hmm. or the reasoning why, he does what I refer to as like Morse code rendering, which is like dash dot, right? Yep. I lovingly say that, I respectfully say, but like, people understand how to. I mean, there's even a Procreate brush that does it natively now. Dave, I don't know if you've ever seen it. I have it in my brush set, and it makes me laugh every time I see it, because again, from a purely technical exercise, it lands it better than anything that I could do on my own, trying to learn how to use a nib and some ink, right? Mm-hmm. But I think where people's approach falls apart is because they don't have the reasoning and the foundational understanding of it, And I think that speaks in part to what you're talking about.
Yeah, I totally agree. There are people who will come and talk to me at conventions because they have a portfolio that has cross-hatching, and they think like, or in texture and stuff, and they're like, I want to talk to you about this. And I would say 60%, maybe even 70% of the people, my first big note is stop scribbling. You think that you're making cross-hatching lines, and you're not. Like, you need to be making these lines with purpose. And you're just kind of like, you're so invested in filling up that space with lines that you're scribbling. You're not even picking your pen back up off the paper. I can see the loop. And it's a casual thing that's not, it's not like, you are missing the intention behind these lines.
Right.
For me, if you're trying to do it like me, the space between the lines is as important as the line. Like, you're kind of making your own, very organic color, or a halftone screen, halftone pattern. Sure. And so the density of, or the shape of the positive mark, the black mark, mm-hmm. How big that is, does it have a specific shape? Does it, does it have a direction? Does it have a flow? Whatever. Those things are important, the mark that you make, but the space that you leave between every mark informs how gray that is, how busy that is, how overwhelming it is, and you have to have really good control so that you can do gradients, so that you can kind of spot it all over your piece the same way that you would spot large black areas, so that you're not overwhelming your reader's eye. And yeah, without having an understanding of that, you're doing, like, you're going through those motions, just like you said, like it's a soulless exercise of like, let me just fill this space because that's what the other guy, I think, does.
Right. The render looks great, but the purpose is off, and I think that's where it fails for me. I'm like, man, that's a really great. You have really amazing control over that brush, whether it be digital or traditional. But unfortunately, you're not quite understanding why that thing is being rendered that way. It's not just for the sake of rendering. Thanks for asking, Mark. I really appreciate it. Okay, so I wanted to ask you about what your writing style is when it comes to Mouse Guard. First of all, did you already have you were talking about how you had you were developing heroes and characters already independent of Mouse Guard, and it just happens to be that Mouse Guard is the one that you landed on because it was the one that was exclusively yours and you felt like it had legs, right?
Yeah.
Had you already established sort of a narrative technique, a writing style,
No.
for lack of a better term?
No, I knew,
Okay.
and actually the story that was there. So that I came up with those characters in about 1996, and
Okay.
then it was that convention, that fall convention in late 2004, where I told people like, oh yeah, I'll have the next issue by the next convention. So there's a lot of time in between there. And during that time, other than just kind of noodling about with like, oh, this character eventually, it kind of becomes an adoptive father of this character or whatever, this character is going to eventually have a parting of ways with that character. Other than those kinds of broad notes, I didn't have a story other than knowing there's a huge war that happens during the winter with the weasels.
Okay.
And that was it. So when in 2004, when I'm promising, hey, I'm going to have this next issue, and I have to now sit down, or I'm going to have an issue out, and I have to sit down and start writing this thing, or start drawing this thing, start making a comic, I go, am I capable? Like I'm trying to draw a comic for the first time.
Sure.
Am I capable of drawing a story that is a giant war with the weasels as my issue?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think that's bigger than me. And I also think in some ways bigger than my audience. Like,
That's fascinating.
You can't drop people right into, this enormous conflict.
Right.
And there's so much to be explained. Like,
Right.
what? Nice.
Absolutely.
How do they live? What's their society like? What's the, I don't understand the premise yet.
That makes sense.
If it's more like real life, I think you can get away with some of that. But when there's so much fantasy world stuff that the audience doesn't quite know yet, you have to ease them in. So I just came up with a new one-issue story that was specifically designed for how do I explain what the Mouse Guard is.
Okay. All right.
That was issue 1. It was like I'm gonna have them out just kind of doing this like routine mission. Looking for a missing grain merchant, and then they find him, and there was a fight, and then they find him, and he's already dead, and they battle a snake, and I was gonna wrap the issue up a couple of pages short, just because that's where it landed, and at the 11th hour I went, I think I need to add a couple pages here that opens the door a little bit more for an issue 2. They found a map on the missing merchant that was kind of like proof that he was a traitor. He was giving out information that he shouldn't. And they're trying to figure out, how did he even get this map, and who was he taking it to? And now those 3 mice are like, and we're gonna find out. And they just march off into the distance, and then that's the end of the issue. And I thought, like, if that's the end, if nobody wants issue 2. If I try to sell 100 copies of this and only sell 2, and one's to my grandma, then that's okay. That's the end. They wander off with a mission.
Yeah.
But if people like this, I've got an issue 2. And then once Arceus, I had started working on some stuff for issue 2, like I said, with the idea of self-publishing it, but then hooked up with Archaea, and they said, let's go, and let's do it in color. So I had to color issue 1.
Oof.
But then I had to quickly build out the remaining 6 issues. During that initial San Diego meeting with Mark, he had all kinds of questions for me, creative questions that I didn't really have answers for because I just hadn't thought.
No, those are great.
And one of them, like, what? How long is this series? Like, what would be the first arc? And I did like a really quick mental arithmetic where it was like 4 would be nice. 4 might be not enough space to do what I need though. Maybe 6? And I just blurted out, oh, it's a 6-issue arc. No clue what happened in those 6.
Right.
I just went, 6 issues. And I kind of knew like, oh, we're gonna we're building to that there's a traitor within the mice, and that it's showing what the mouse guard is. The easiest way to do that is have the villain be everything that the mouse guard isn't, as a like morality, stake in morality. So but I didn't know, like, oh yeah, here are the beats. Issue 3 is going to be this, issue 4 is going to be that. Nope, I'm just like, there's a villain and they're going to have to fight him, and this is what he stands for. But I didn't say that. I just said, yeah, it's a 6-issue arc, has all kinds of twists and turns. We go to the Mouse Guard, the home of the Mouse Guard, to Lockhaven. And there's lots of stuff that happens. And he was like, cool, great.
The interesting challenge for me writing, and I think this reflects on what you're talking about a bit, in that when I'm writing a story, I approach it similar to you, where there is what you described to me more to be like here's the plot, right?
Yeah.
But where I get really caught up, when I really, really love writing, is when I'm understanding or building character, right? As they drive that plot. Does that make sense? Because oftentimes I find that people come up with a plot and come up with the exposition, and anybody inside that story or anybody inside that plot can say the same exact thing as somebody else, and it doesn't necessarily drive the character's motivations, doesn't necessarily drive the story forward. It doesn't motivate the plot at all. They're just like they're there as exposition delivery devices, So
it's
to come up with
it,
it,
Disneyland, where you're just the characters are just on this track,
right?
And they're gonna move by some waving bears, and at some point the ride is like there's no choice.
Yeah. And in a way, there has to be a form of that, right? Because obviously, there you need to lead it into a story, but there is a way in which you conduct those characters so that it comes off very natural. And I was struggling with that for the longest time. So I was going to ask you about that, to be like, what you just explained to me is generally you came up with a plot, you came up with an idea of maybe where it can go within 6 issues.
Mm-hmm.
How did you go about understanding the actual story,
Well, so I mean, every one of the 3 major Mouse Guard books, I wrote a little differently. So I was describing that.
Okay.
And that first one was very much what you're describing, of like, I have a plot, and there are a couple, character specific things that, like, this character is the wise character, this character is the angry character, so I can't really swap their dialogue.
Sure.
But in terms of them, like, making meaningful decisions, no, it's the plot moving forward.
Right.
But I did break that down. I broke it down just as a issue by issue beat thing, where I'm like, okay, so if issue 1 is all out in the woods and we just saw the snake and all that kind of stuff, issue 2, and it seems like they've implied with this map something's rotten in the state of Denmark. Issue 2, I got a little nervous, where I was like, I don't have a creature attack, but I think the battle with the snake is what everybody liked, so I have to do that again. So I kind of redid issue 1 as issue 2 again. But this time was like, yes, there is definitely something rotten in the state of Denmark. And then issue 3 was, now the characters have to actually get to where the source of something's rotten, and the reader has to see what's at stake. Here's a mouse city. We're going to see one of the very many mouse cities. Now we understand what a mouse city is and why, if they fall, it's no good. And then issue 4 was bringing in a mentor. Issue 5 was the villain issue, and issue 6 was the wrap up at Lockhaven, at the home of the guard. And then I just kind of broke them down as I worked on them. As I've gone on, there have definitely been more character driven pushes, emotional pushes. Like the whole second series, the winter book, and this might be a spoiler for some people, but the book's been out for a while, so get over it. It's a mentor-mentee relationship. If you've studied any of like Hero of a Thousand Faces and the Monomyth and stuff like that, it's pretty traditional that a character's mentor leaves before that mentee is ready. Obi-Wan leaves Luke before he even has to blow up the Death Star. Luke was not trained yet when his mentor goes away. Harry loses Dumbledore when he's only destroyed 1 Horcrux. it's it's like this devastating moment where they think they still can't even go on without their mentor. So that's what that all was. It was about this character Liam getting to finally connect with this character Kellenaw, and then that character dying on him, and what that actually means long term. So that was more of an emotional thing, where I was pushing character and how that was going to motivate characters, and the emotional impact that would have on characters.
Yeah. That stuff has become so critically important to me, especially when I'm writing my own stuff, because I feel like there has to be a level of like people always say, "Oh, make your characters relatable," which I don't necessarily 100% agree with. I totally I get where it's coming from, right? Like if somebody has to have that ultimate thing of hurt so that people can understand, oh, okay, that's what's motivating, that's what's driving your character. I defer more to the side of you need to be able to at least understand the characters, not necessarily relate to them, you know? So
Yeah,
when
I think
I'm
I think it's dangerous not to have a main character that you can't relate to. Not impossible, it's dangerous. But outside of like a main character, a central character, yeah, your characters don't have to be relatable. They just have to be understandable.
why do you say that? Why is it that relatability is important for your protagonist, your main protagonist?
I mean, just for the common sense reasons. Like you want, there are TV shows that my wife will sometimes put on, where I'm like, why are we watching this? I hate everyone on this show. There is nobody here who I find redeemable. Why am I?
Is that relatability, or is that like, are you talking about somebody that's redeeming? You know, like is that one and the same? Are those like sort of handcuffed to each other?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in some ways those are different. But I mean, I guess relatable means that they have to be redeemable in the sense that they are relatable in that your audience sees something that they relate to in the character, even if it's a flaw. Like it's a flaw that's overcomable. It's not a like, oh yeah, I kidnapped children and I burned down churches and
right.
blah, blah blah. But hey, my soul might be redeemable.
Right.
And maybe there's an argument if that soul is redeemable, but I doubt there are very many readers who are going to feel a relation to that main character. Now, having that character somewhere else, not as the protagonist, I think is fine.
Yeah,
you know,
I think in the
horrible things and is still somehow looking for redemption. That's interesting. But
right, I was just about to say that. It's like you have to want your audience to somehow cheer for this person, even though the thing that they've done isn't necessarily like, you know, isn't likable. You know, like that's the other thing that I've heard people say, oh, you have to make your main character likable. And I'm like, that concept is so broad to me, right? Because I'm trying to think of a character that I'm like, I don't care for Hannibal Lecter, you know? I don't care for, as a matter of fact, when I'm watching Silence of the Lambs and I'm watching Jodie Foster play Clarice, I don't look at her and I go like, oh man, I really understand, I really relate to that character. But I do want her to overcome, you know?
I feel like there's lots of relatability with Clarice.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, and broad. I mean, it's not like I grew up having to go to a farm. My dad wasn't a cop who died, and I went to a farm and heard lambs screaming or anything like that.
Sure.
I didn't train at Quantico, but there's the thing of like, especially when that book was written and then when the movie was made, the idea of a woman FBI agent, like they play that up a couple times in the movie where
they did. Yep.
You know, the room of, she's like, okay, move along, and the room of men just stare at her like, who do you think you're pushing out of this room?
Yeah.
Which gets into the elevator, and
that's
she's
what I'm talking about. Like, that's not relatable to me because I want to overstep that road.
It's relatable to everyone. It's relatable to everyone because you have.
Wait,
you have felt that small and insignificant in some aspect of your life. Everyone.
I don't know if I agree. I relate to it only because I want that person to be proven worthy of that space, not because I've been put.
Whether it's on a playground or in a classroom or with peers, either a discrepancy of what the ethnicity and skin color is of the people who are in the room, and you're the other thing, or whether it's a gender thing or a size thing. I find it hard to believe that there's someone out there who hasn't felt other or less than, not because they are less than, but because the room made them feel.
Right. That's worth thinking about. I've never thought of her as somebody that I can relate to, but I understand the position that she's in.
Okay.
And therefore I cheer for her, right? Like I go I want her to be proven correct. I want her to succeed. Maybe I'm being too literal about the concept of relatability, Like I have a whatever. I have a broken foot and that character has a broken foot, whatever. That's overly simplistic, but you know what I'm going. We know where I'm coming. Anyway, so you were developing. Let me check in with chat to see if there's anything I've missed.
Wait, I thought we were supposed to root for Hannibal Lecter, no?
That's you, Michael.
Oh, okay.
That's you. You saw the guy behind the glass and the perverted way that he talks to people, and you're like, that's my hero.
I relate to that guy.
But they did an interesting thing, though, because his success is tied to her success. So at the same time, you do want him to succeed.
You do.
Only, as a proxy for her, right?
Well, it's a proxy for her and for the senator's daughter, who's in the pit.
Hello, Kakua. How are you? Mark K says, what about anti-heroes? Billy Bob in Bad Santa. And I think he's referring to Clarice saying she has an underdog aspects that make you root for her. Yeah, that I can relate to. That I mean, that I can cheer for. That I can understand. Let's see here. I don't really relate to her. I just want her to succeed. That's more of my position, which is, I understand her position and therefore I want for her to win. Lex Everett says, yeah, I've been kind of asking, does my protagonist really need an arc, considering their circumstances? I understand the rules and conventions, but are they hard and fast? I don't know if I can't say that it's a hard and fast rule, but it's the easy one.
It is the easiest one. Your character doesn't necessarily have to change, but if they don't, you take on a gargantuan task. We talked about this before, Eric and I. There are some archetypes, Marty McFly in Back to the Future, the first. The character generally doesn't change. The Marty McFly that you get in the beginning is the same, essentially, Marty McFly you get in the end, not considering the other two movies. He doesn't do much. It's the world around him that changes. He saves Doc Brown. He saves his parents. He encourages them. He changes his whole future, but the world changes because of Marty, not the other way around. It'd be like you're writing the story instead of from Luke's standpoint, from the standpoint of the mentor. So you're from the Yoda standpoint, or Captain America.
In that specific case, change is a very broad concept. Right?
Yes.
Like, Marty's change comes from a better understanding of his situation through the eyes of as he experiences it through the eyes of his parents.
Yes.
He himself has not fundamentally changed.
No.
You know what I mean? He just has a better appreciation of his position, a better appreciation of who they turned into. But that doesn't necessarily, suddenly he doesn't get inspired to be the next big scientist.
No, he doesn't do the classic hero's journey, right? He doesn't falter and break and have to confront his demons. There's none of that there.
Right. There is no there is no bottom of the second act. As far as the structure is concerned, where he finally feels like it's more of the bottom. The plot goes through that bottom of the second act.
Yes,
but he himself,
no,
yeah.
And Indiana Jones is a little bit like that too. But I still think that there's when we talk about arc, unfortunately, screenwriting has turned it into this like very broad, predictable arc, where the character maybe even has to be an origin story where they start at nothing and overcome great things. Falter and come back, or even if they start on like a medium footing of they're well equipped to do whatever the task is, they still have that, like you said, that moment of crisis, that am I going to turn to the dark side, or am I going to give up, or whatever. Indiana Jones, the only one that's really like that, in the first one is the death of Marion, and it's not so much that like it changes him. He's still just kind of moving forward, but there is some change. It's just small. It's human. It's human level change. It's not this big, broad, life-changing event. I mean, it's life-changing because Marion dies, but it's not like it changes his entire trajectory. And I think the same kind of thing could be said about Marty, and it's about his appreciation for his parents or human beings. His parents like these unrelatable aliens at the beginning, and all the shit that they're saying with like, oh, I never called a boy, I never did that, kind of implying like her daughter's a slut because she's getting a phone call from a boy, or Marty's getting a phone call from a girl. And then it's like, oh, there's hypocrisy, and there's this natural cycle of parents kind of not doing what they said they did when they were in, like, oh, I don't want to air all my dirty laundry to my kids, so I'm going to act like I was earlier than now.
Yeah,
I like that.
And
Subtle.
Situation there with Marty that I think is it's an arc. It's just a really small,
Subtle, but poignant.
Yeah, but see, that's what we're talking about. Like, but that's what Lex was asking about, which is like, is it a hard and fast rule? The answer is no, absolutely not. I mean, it's been shown that it works, but it does need to exist in some capacity, right? Like, however subtle it may be, it still needs to exist, especially when it comes to a screenplay. Now, when it comes to, let's say, a novel, maybe not so much, right? It's not because there's so many other components when it comes to telling a narrative through a book as opposed to 120 pages worth of a movie that will feel natural, and it doesn't even necessarily mean that your character needs to win, right? But it does mean that you have a clear understanding of everybody's goals and how those goals are moved forward by those characters, how the character is motivated in order to accomplish those goals. And somewhere in there is an arc, whether it be an environmental one, the environment in which the character exists in, or a personal one, character growth one. The character growth one is the easy one. That one is like, that's so formulaic, you can see it in any movie. You can literally clock it. Like right here at the 10-minute mark is when the end of the explanation of the world happens. And at the 12-minute mark, this is when the goal gets set up,
I mean, you can also have a character.
I struggled with it for a long, long time.
You can have a character that even starts out with the exact same belief system, view of the world, etc., as they do at the very end, but then in the somewhere in the middle have enough other people around them convince them that maybe that's not true.
Oh, that's fun.
So that they come right back around. Character development wise, they didn't really go anywhere. They're exactly where they were at the start in terms of their beliefs or worldview or whatever. But they still had to grow to get past that moment of doubt.
You know what? That would be good to see in a Captain America movie. Because Captain America is another one who doesn't generally change. His intrinsic person, who he is generally maintains the same. But it'd be nice to see him have doubt, question if he is doing the right thing.
Yeah. Hello, Eric Housel. How are you? Good evening. Thank you for being here. What do you call it? Is my stream still going on, Mike?
Let's see.
It lagged just for a split second using this program that I have.
For me, you are.
I think it's still going.
Yeah, for me, you are. Chat's still up. I still see you.
Oh, okay. Still hello to everybody. Okay, what were we talking about before? We answered Lex's, does my protagonist really need an arc considering their circumstances? I think that's a fascinating concept that when people don't land it well, and by the way, as formulaic as that is, some people don't even know how to handle that formula well, because they miss the part in which you have to have, I think this goes back to what we were talking about previous, which is you have to have an understanding of the character. And when and I'm going to pick on Miss Marvel in a big bad way.
Oh yeah.
But when you don't have an understanding of what that character needs to be, when you don't have an understanding of what that goal of the character needs to be, it's very difficult to arc them. Whether it be in an environment, I think that's what Miss Marvel was trying to do, or Captain Marvel was trying to do, was the Marty McFly arc, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's clumsy because it doesn't understand what the character's goals are. It switches, yeah, and not even in a thematic way where it's still aligned, but it's like, so the difference is you're not really. Let me give you an example. This entire time, I thought that I wanted to have an understanding of who my father was, but in reality, or who I was, but in reality, or who my father was, but in reality, I'm looking for that because it helps me understand who I've turned myself into, or who I've become, right?
Right.
So that's sort of like a shift that's a shift in want, right? That's a
Yes.
shift in like the character's motivation, but ultimately it's still in theme of trying to understand something, right? Captain Marvel doesn't have that. It doesn't quite understand what they want that character to the goals of that character and what they want her to have.
Yeah, no, there really is. Yeah, if you're right, if you're not going to do the classic hero's arc, the hero's journey, where their weaknesses, their vulnerabilities, their needs come head to head with their flaws, and they have to find some way to overcome and surmount. If you don't do that, then yeah, no, there has to be more happening around that character that helps propel them in the story forward. Otherwise, well, what are you doing? Well, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, think about what Dave just said earlier, right? Like, it was the perfect example, which is they start off believing one thing, right? They get opposition in that belief, right? However many characters in whatever capacity, it's not even have to be characters, it could be the environment. But by the end, they are that much more convinced that the thing that they believed in the beginning was actually true. That much more reinforced because they had to go through those trials, right? I think that's fair, right? If you're going to start off a character already at the prime of her abilities, you have to throw the environment at her, or like the situation at her, so that by the end she believes in it that much more. And that's what Captain Marvel struggled with. It didn't quite understand if it was that story, the example that Dave was talking about, or the ones that we're talking about, which is traditional hero's journey. You know?
Yes.
I cut you off, Dave. What were you saying?
I was just gonna say like, I don't know entirely who our audience is here in the chat, but also like don't be intimidated by what we're saying with all these really complex things about story and motivation and etc. Sometimes it's okay to just tell a story that's an adventure. And if it doesn't have the arc that it needs, well, you've got one story under your belt. You can look at the things in that worked, the things that didn't, and then improve on it. Don't hear all this stuff and think that now you have to sit down and have your debut story, you know, hit on every note, on every level, and be ticking all of these boxes of, you know, the flaws we're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Admittedly, this comes from a very nerdy place, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
it's totally okay to like essentially do a story that's like a bland D&D adventure. Like it's okay to tell that story.
Yeah.
It's not okay to tell 5 of those in a row.
Well, let's be honest.
That's where you grow as a storyteller.
Dude, did you guys watch?
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that. Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, sure. Just to today's point, he pointed out. He mentioned video games. I thought of fetch quests, like our favorite RPGs, and then I thought of course, The Mandalorian season 2. Like a handful of the middle of those episodes, there wasn't too much. Obviously, there's an overarching character arc for The Mandalorian, but those are a bunch of random fetch quests he went on, and they were a fucking blast. So go on, Eric.
For sure. Yeah, no, my point was, like, there are a couple of books that I get really super harsh on because, you know, it's when it comes to crowdfunding, right? Like, there's a couple that I have contributed to, in which I read and I go, okay, I'm critical about this because it doesn't follow this sort of nerdy stuff that we were talking about previous, which is like character arcs and motivation and blah 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 and all this structure. But then a part of me also has to step back and say, is the victory that this book exists? Is that the success? Is that the success metric, right? Which is to your point, Dave, right? Which is like, was it, you know, is the takeaway, dude, this, you know, at least now this is out, you know, and you can only build up from here, right? Or was there something that could have been done ahead of time so that that story could have been a little bit more shored up at the very beginning, you know?
Sure. I mean, I think some of that also begs the question of, you know, and I actually don't want to know what projects you're talking about, but like,
Yep.
is that a project from someone who is a first-time creator, or even maybe someone who has done, they've done work for Marvel or DC, but this is the first time that they're writing and drawing something on their own, or something like is in that case, yeah, the fact that the thing exists is the victory.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nitpicking how it could be better is a worthy thing to go into when that person is looking at what their next project is.
For sure.
If someone who is experienced goes, I'm going to purposely not do something, you know, traditional. I'm going to try something else. I'm going to try, like, I'm going to even experiment with narrative style and do something just really different. And then they fall flat on their face, and the takeaway is like, oh, if you'd followed these Joseph Campbell story points, this thing would have worked. That's not really a fair metric to apply either, because their goal was something different. And we know from other examples of their work, they do know better. They were purposely experimenting.
Right.
So I think it also depends on the context of who made this and when in their career and what were they trying.
That's a good point. Okay, let me read. The concept reminds me of Herman Hesse's Siddhartha. He starts perfect and ends the same, yet it's the nature of his conflict that is the basis for his growth, for sure. Hello, good evening, Black Rose Comics. Hello, I Borrow Ideas. Good evening. Amanda B, good evening. Thank you for being here. American Discord, thank you so much for being here and joining us. Michael,
Welcome. I believe
hello,
you were rated.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm here with my good friend Michael DiNicola, who's co-streaming with me, but also author, illustrator of the amazing story Mouse Guard, Mr. David Peterson. Thank you for joining
Peterson.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate your insight, David Peterson.
Thank you. I think,
I'm trying to have I Monstrositus says, I Monstrositus X says, I'm trying to have action along with story arc and strong character building. So basically the perfect they're basically coming up with the perfect formula. That's amazing. I believe that's a worthwhile effort. Allow for, to Dave's point, allow for maybe that, you know, if you don't necessarily check all of those boxes, that use it as a learning opportunity. And then from there, catapult yourself into the next box that you need to check.
I like that, man.
Go ahead, Michael.
No, I was going to say I really appreciate that, because, you know, it's sometimes like you took a step back and you're like, hey, all in perspective. If this is your first story, it's more important that you get it done and have it finished than be so critical and feel so, you know, feel that pressure.
I'm a big fan of attainable goals and setting yourself attainable goals. I mean, there are definitely times where you should set really hard goals to push yourself.
Sure.
But I think when it comes to comic storytelling, attainable goals, where you're going to have to reach, you're going to have to do something that's a little out of your comfort zone, but it's not impossible, because otherwise you're setting yourself up for failure. And so, like in that second book, where I said, you know, part of the emotion was about this character dying, this mentor character dying, and the torch being passed and everything else. The kind of like B plot going on was, I was like, can I handle romance? Can I do a love story, a budding love story? And so there's like a budding love story that's taking place in a really kind of horrific location. It's like, it's essentially like the weasel tunnels that are like be like going through Auschwitz.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, what if I did a love story there?
Right. Mauschwitz was not a word I think I'd hear today.
Auschwitz, yeah. And that was a challenge, and I can now, years later, look at it and go, there are parts of the, like, can I tell a love story? Yes, there are parts of that are success. I tried something I'd never tried before. the emotion comes across. It works. People picked up on it. I think I did some cool stuff without even necessarily having characters use the word love, and we understood the emotions they were going through. But I can also look at it with critical eyes and go, I could have done so much better of a job. I missed this beat and I missed that beat, and I maybe was too heavy-handed or ham-fisted with this part, or I didn't get the point across as much over here. I didn't go far enough, like
Yeah.
and just having the attainable goal of going, hey, I did it. I tried telling a little love story. I did it. And now if I want to do another one, I just need to do it a little different and take what I learned from that and build on it.
Yeah. Do you get pretty decent, and decent is subjective, Dave, so take it with a grain of salt. Do you get pretty decent feedback, critical feedback for the stuff that you get published? Who are you getting it from, right? Is it an audience? And which are the ones that you internalize for yourself, where you say, that makes a whole lot of sense to me? Or is there, and the reason why I ask is because everybody has the opportunity and obviously the liberty to be able to come to you and say, hey, I bought your book, and I didn't particularly care the way you told that love story in Masterwitz, right?
Yeah.
But there are going to be some where there has to be a mechanism that you employ, because you're like, you could drown in that much feedback, Is there a certain group of people where you go, or that you have as an extension to say, read this script, and this might not be exactly it, so forgive me if this is clumsy, but read this script, tell me what you think, or after it's been published, they give you their feedback and you go, yep, absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. Do you have that in place?
Yeah, so I have like, Stephen King talks about your first reader, for his wife Tabitha, who gets to hear all the ideas. She gets to hear the first draft. She gets to hear the middle draft. She gets to hear the final one before it goes to press. And he can get from her what he needs. And I think there are other people in his life that do that too. So for me, that's both Julia and a couple friends. Jeremy Bastian is usually one of those people who gets to hear stuff. Sometimes it's I'm sending him specific scripts or showing Julia specific scripts. Sometimes it's showing actual pages. I've got a printer printing, so excuse the noise.
No, that's okay.
And sometimes it's me just verbally telling it, and I actually find that is a really good exercise. If you like classic jokes, like almost vaudeville style setup kind of jokes that are a little more story based, just set up punchline doesn't work as well for this metaphor, but and you've heard a really good joke, and then you try to tell it to somebody else and it doesn't land, and then you realize like, oh, I forgot the detail that the other guy's a doctor.
Sure.
And the next time, like, you see somebody else and you're like, oh, I'm going to tell this joke, and you tell it and you realize like, I spent too much time describing the doctor's office. And then and you start like slowly kind of crafting this thing and getting rid of extraneous details and putting in just what needs to be there and hitting the timing so that like you finally get the laugh. The more you tell the joke, the better you are at telling the joke. And I find that happens with a story. If I start pitching something just as a like, I think I know what I want to do with this issue. What do you think of this? I'm just asking for feedback from a friend. And maybe the first time I'm rambling and I forget to mention that the guy's a doctor.
Sure.
I spend way too much time describing what the setting is and not, and as I'm telling these different people, these different first readers, multiple first readers in my life, I kind of slowly hone that into just a verbal narrative. And then I go, okay, I can translate that into an outline or into a script and make it work. So yeah, most of that positive feedback is all before the thing is even drawn, or at least before it's published.
Yeah.
And then
I have a couple.
When it comes to the audience stuff, most people are going to be polite to your face. Even the people who don't like your book are just like, oh yeah, I tried your book. It was cute. It was all right. Or whatever. Like, oh, the story was the story was simple, but I really liked the drawings. Like they'll still find some way to cushion it so that it's nice.
Sure.
You know, but
Like
they're
you
not
said,
going to. They're not going to get in and go like, okay, so in issue 4 you did this and that was the wrong choice, and this character's motivations weren't clear, and this panel I didn't even know which character it was. You need to be better about your consistency. Nobody's coming up to you at a convention and doing that.
Damn.
Or at least
Brutal.
he has with me.
Mike does it with me all the time.
Yeah, that's how we met.
Now here's the thing about Mike. Here's the thing
Yeah.
about Mike is that he does it to me about somebody else's work and then blames me for it. That's our relationship.
He gets mad at you about it. Why didn't you tell
Yeah.
Todd McFarlane to draw that differently, Eric?
He's like, remember that scene in Sin City? You messed that up so bad because, you know. And I'm like, oh, sorry, man.
You call this use of negative space.
Yeah.
The thing that
Let me catch up with chat. Rich Al, hello, good evening. Thank you for being here. Christopher John, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your company. JK has a question. Eric, do you finish your book in thumbnail form first, or do you figure out the story as you go? Whoa, I think those are related, but not necessarily connected, which is a weird thing to say. I have the story in place. I don't write a full script. I write things in sort of story beats. Which is a nightmare for my editor because he doesn't get a full script, and then he's trying to sort of decipher everything as it makes sense. So simply, you were talking to me earlier, just now, Dave, you were talking about how you kind of explain the story to somebody and you hone the way you tell it, right?
yeah.
By the time I lay down the story for my editor, I'm in that space already where I've kind of honed how to tell the story and I kind of know what highlights it. But because he needs to be able to do his job well, right? He needs to be able to also read what the words that are coming out of these guys' mouth, right? To make sure there's character consistency, to make sure that it's landing correctly by way of punch. He is that. Even though he's not the first reader, he is that first reader before he goes out to the public, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's a hint. It's fun to write for me. It's fun to write in beats because I understand the themes that I'm trying to go for.
Yeah.
But the critical part, at least in a story like this, is that the dialogue needs to help stand up. Is in my opinion, an essential pillar of those themes, right? Relationships with the character, relationships with each other, is super important to help highlight what those themes are, and that's when it becomes super challenging for my editor because it's not a full script. He doesn't quite understand until I start writing out the dialogue bubbles for not just him, but obviously for my letterer, to get that shored up. And then he goes like, "Oh no, you need to go back." Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like they're saying. I remember our last conversation 3 weeks ago. They're like, "Your antagonist comes off all business for the first 2.5 issues, and she says this line in the third or in the fourth issue that's too playful." And we spent about 10 minutes looking at that line. Going like, what do you see in that line? And he says it's this combination of words that is too sort of openly suggestive, like open for feedback, whereas she was sort of generalissimo for the first 3 issues. And we were going back and forth on that, and then I said something that kind of cued him in. He goes, "Oh, that totally makes sense." I said that antagonist is Helen Mirren in its reading, right? And he said something great to me because that's how I sort of build some of my characters, just to give me a voice in my head. And I don't know if you do the same, Dave, but like just to give a voice in my head.
Yeah.
And he said that's amazing. That's amazing. That's an amazing sort of mechanism, but you have to realize nobody else knows that in context. So if Helen Mirren was to say that line, amazing. That would be great. That's absolutely on brand and in character. But unfortunately, when all they have is the exposure of this character, and then they say this line without that Helen Mirren context, it comes off that he says that's the reason why I made that note, that it comes off a tiny bit playful. And that to me, I was like, oh, I freaking get it. I get it, And that's when we rewound that line back and sort of rounded off that rough corner. So yes, I thumbnail everything, but it's being thumbnailed based off of a beats only script. if that makes any sense. Mortal V says Malin will be mean to you if you ask him. I think that's on brand for John Malin. Lex Everest has a question for you, David. David, do you work with an editor? If so, did you have one early on?
So no, I started with, during the self-published time, it was just me. There was, it was just me, and I mean the book went out with spelling errors and all kinds of stuff in the self-publishing days. And then when Archaea brought me on, there wasn't anybody. I mean, it was such a shoelace operation. There were 2 full-time employees for the entire publishing company. There was two full-time and then a handful of part-time. There was like a guy who did marketing and someone who was doing translate, because they were importing some French comics, and so they had somebody who was just like a translator. And that person also kind of did some editing at one point, but it was like just bare bones punctuation stuff. And even still, the early issues of Mouse Guard through Archaea went out with all kinds of typos.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but it was to the point where like when Mouse Guard became a success, and I was not used to an editor and was always skeptical of the idea of somebody else coming in and telling me what to do. That I didn't want. I didn't like that idea. I was skeptical of it. That by the time Archaea actually had enough staff for that, there was kind of a like hands-off David feeling, because they're like, look, what he's doing is working. I don't know that we want to mess with the formula. And it took me a really long time to get comfortable with the idea, because there were a couple times where they started to try to get an editor to be more involved. Usually those editors, so I feel like there's different kinds of editors. So there are copyright style editors that are just there, or copy editors that are just there. Yeah, they're just doing punctuation, spelling. Yeah. Do the pages line up?
Right.
Yeah.
Is everything actually here that's supposed to be here? Then there's like the scheduling style editors that are calendar reminders. And checking, hey, can I see what you got so far? And it's not that they're going to be critical of it. They just need to know you have, this many, at this point in the month, you do have 12 pages done, or you do have whatever. And then there are the editors who are going to have opinions about content. And make suggestions, whether it's subtle stuff like, I think if you used this word here instead of that word, it's more effective. So it's not copy editing where it's about punctuation or spelling. It is an actual change, but it's not like, what if we did an issue that was totally different? Or what if we did an issue that had more romance? Or what if we did an issue that had more action? It's not that kind of substantive change, but it is making changes, and then that can go by degrees all the way up to they're trying to go like, what if you did a very special kidnapping episode? We've got a tie-in with this other company. What if the characters had product placement? Like it can become that extreme.
What about opioid epidemic? Sorry.
Yeah, I was always kind of leery of editor intervention, and when editors started to be, and I'm going to use this term from my point of view at that time, foisted on me, they were generally the scheduling type. It was Archaea was tired of books not coming out on time. Not just my book, but lots of books not coming out on time.
Generally, right.
And so they were just like, we've got to get somebody in here to like crack down and make sure these artists are actually turning in everything when they say they're gonna. And we need to plan out a year in advance for what the next Mouse Guard release is going to be. So let's corner David about when his next book is going to start and if he can keep the deadline, And I pushed back against that. And then by the time that there was an editor around who wanted to make substantive changes, creative changes, even when they were subtle, I still I kept them at arm's length for a really long time. And it was my wife Julia who kind of went like, look, you're never gonna and that editor and I actually didn't hit it off right away. We had kind of a bad start. A lot of that was because it was she was being pressured by people at the company to kind of like put a leash on me,
Right.
and get me
Right.
to perform, and she was just doing her job.
Yeah.
She I said to Julia something about like, I really want to warm up to her, or I'd be nice if I had a little bit of load off, or if there was one more person I could talk to about, some of these kind of creative decisions. But I not with her because, of the bad blood before. And Julia's like, look, you haven't given her a chance. Like, there's no way if she can be that person for you unless you actually give her some things.
Sure.
So we came up with a couple projects. One of them was putting together that short story collection, and another one was putting an art book together. And she actually came out here and stayed with us for several days to put some of that stuff.
Right on.
Oh wow.
And it was just about like we gave her the trust, like, or not even like I gave her the trust, like I gifted her anything. She gifted me because I actually opened my heart to the idea that maybe I'm not perfect is what it really comes down to.
Sure.
And yeah,
sure.
great experience. And we unfortunately didn't have too much time together after I had that realization because she moved on to DC. But her like the associate editor on the book was actually, they were secretly dating. I don't think we even knew at that time, or maybe we did. Anyway, he was going to be fully taking over, and I was like, well, I'm not going to make the same mistake. I'm giving him full access.
Yeah.
Right away. And even though he's now moved on to other things as well, he and I have had talks about like the whole direction for multiple books of Mouse Guard that I haven't even started drawing. Like, what's the plot here, and what's this character's arc, and how's this all work?
So you do have an ongoing one, or not necessarily an ongoing one, but with somebody that you can trust with those editorial duties.
Yeah. So the person who now has taken, so it was Rebecca Taylor was the first one that I kind of opened my heart to, and then Cameron Chittick was the second one, and then he's moved on to something else, and now Bryce Carlson is my my editor now, and I think I trust him for that kind of stuff. But I'm actually in a position right now where, because I've run this stuff by so many people that I'm working on, the stuff that I'm working on right now, I've run it by so many people. There's not really anything for him to do.
Sure.
So there's not as much of a like, hey, you need to look at this too. I mean, I still show him stuff way more than I ever would have in the past. But for the most part, that relationship right now is more like, hey, check out this cool drawing I just did. And he's like, that's awesome. That's a cool drawing. I love the details in that one. Oh man, your villain is so hateable. I love that. Like that kind of stuff.
Right on. Rob the Replicator is in chat. How are you doing, man? Rob is my guide, my Sherpa through. I refer to him as that. I don't know if he finds it offensive, but I don't care because he's walked me through some of the most impassable bit of mountain terrain when it comes to understanding what it means to crowdfund. So I'm always glad when he drops by in chat. So thank you for being here, man. He says the word editor has a negative connotation for artists that have worked in the mainstream because in a lot of cases they would ruin books / storytelling. These days they are needed by new creators, and I think this goes back to something that you had said earlier, Dave, which is there are for the most part in my experience when working in mainstream comics, the kind of editors that I've dealt with are often the schedule wrangling kind. I was never put in a position in which I was doing something and then they went and looked at the art and said, oh hey, you kind of need to switch this around because it doesn't make much sense X, Y, and Z. Now I've never had personal experience from the narrative / writing end because I've never wrote for mainstream publishing, but I would hope that there is a position. I don't think there would be now because just the nature of comics isn't pivoting around that, but I would hope that if there was a sort of an editor / art director, they would have the pedigree to be able to make those notes to their artists. But to Rob's point, it comes off negative because I don't know if they have a clear understanding of what their jobs are, their tasks and their duties are for how to service a script, how to service a series, right? My editor, my experience with Joe, his name is Joe Fulton, who's editing Arc Athena. My first conversation with Joe took several hours, I would say 5, maybe as many as 6. Our first day sitting down as I explained the miniseries to him, right? And all he kept doing was asking more questions. And I was clear with him. I said, there's going to be times when you ask me questions about motivations or specific plot points or scenarios in which my best answer is, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's valuable to me, right?
Yeah.
Because oftentimes if he asks a question, it's coming from a space of like you're probably gonna want to at the very least just lightly cover that so it's a base that's covered, because you know your audience is going to be asking for it, right?
Or the heads up that at some point, even if you leave this thing vague about that character's motivation, you are going to need to make it clear in the next issue or the next story or what.
Absolutely. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, he just sent me a note earlier today saying this section needs to be massaged because the reader is just going to be so confused as to why these two things seemingly are happening at the same time. And the point behind that is Joe just keeps me accountable. Does that make sense? Like Joe isn't there to sort of like, well, I think there should be a fucking dinosaur, because dinosaurs are awesome. Like that level of like editorial heavy-handedness. When I told him, that's the reason why I think he took the time and care to sit down and really listen to that story for as long as he did, because his task was to say, remember when you told me this is the themes about this, the main story is about the concept of responsible leadership and accountability. You're not landing that right now, but I think there's a way that you can, and here is a suggestion. Here is a space in which you can do it, And
how did Joe come into your life?
I was introduced to him by Rob, who's in chat right now. He is editing another book from a mutual friend of ours by the name of Michael Bancroft, and Joe was so busy, right? And jokingly, I was on Bancroft's stream, and I said, hey, maybe Joe, one of these days, if you had time, and Joe kind of politely just said, yeah, he did it in such a way that he was communicating that he was busy.
Yeah.
But then I said, a few months later, as many as 2, I think, but as few as 1, I reached out to him again, and I said, are you interested in this? Because I know that there's a value to it, right? And I think it wasn't, I don't know if he was clear about it, but I think I almost had to pitch the idea to him, like, here's what I'm working on, see if you have time, and if you have time, it would be great. And it just happened to be, it was something that sort of caught his eye, and he thought, oh, I can help, right? And I think that's where, in spirit, a lot of these guys are coming from. They're like, I think we can help you, and I think this is the way we can do it. So, that's how I.
The way that he came into your life, in that you sought him out. You were like, hey, I think that I need help in this regard. 1, it shows you're open to it. And 2, it's also, now you're getting to pick, like, once you're open to the idea of like, oh, I need some help, you are purposely picking this one person out because of experiences with other creators that he's worked with, or your experience with him, or whatever. You're just like, yeah, I think I want to work with this guy. And I think that's the way that you can be pretty self-assured that editor doesn't become a bad word, is if they're not being foisted on you, and if they're not, those editors also aren't going to be the calendar keepers, that are just whipping you about getting it done on time. They're the people who want to help you make the book better.
Yes.
And that's not to say that, like, at the big 2, you're not going to get editors who are just help you make the thing better. But when there is a corporate structure, there is always going to be the chance that the editor has a different agenda, or a corporate agenda, or a corporate tie-in, or whatever the company's rules are about cigars, drinking, or exposed thighs, or whatever. That stuff's going to come along with that editor. But if it's somebody that you're picking out specifically for your project, unless you're a really bad judge of character, you're probably not going to go wrong with getting an editor.
Yeah, and and there was, I mean, there was still, what's great about our professional relationship is that he says, you know, hey, I'm going to make these suggestions. There's gonna be times when I pick things out that don't necessarily make sense. Now, it was never sort of like, hey man, you're kind of locked in and we're gonna have you forever. It was almost like, if this works, let's continue working with each other, you know? If this makes sense for you, let's continue working with each other, which is, I think, a pretty high bar on how you conduct yourself professionally, to say, like, if I'm helpful for you, definitely let's continue. But if not, then this doesn't make any sense for either of us, you know?
Right.
I can allocate my time to something else.
Yeah, neither one of us should be beating our heads against the wall because of this relationship.
Right, which was great, and it's been very, very fruitful. At least for me, it's been very fruitful. Because again, there's things that I'm so close to the story, I'm so close to the beats that it makes a lot of sense. But then you have that critical eye that's there to help you, not to sort of do those, you know, gotcha moments. You know what I mean, Dave? Where they're like, look how poor this is executed. It's more coming from a place of like, I get where you're coming from, but this is how we can tighten the screw a bit. You know?
Yeah, and there have been times where editors have told me, hey, looking through this, I think this reads better if you say it like this, or I think this would work better if you do it like this. But ultimately, it's okay the way it is. So whatever you know, what do you think about that? Like, there are times where
exactly.
And not, I mean, obviously, because it's a creator-owned book, it's always going to be, you know, basically what I want to do. But there are times where they're even going like, I think this is a 601, half a dozen of the other kind of scenario. I just wanted to show you what the other version of this is.
That's it. That's perfectly said.
Or we use yours, it's going to be fine. And then there are times they go, hey, this isn't working. And this needs to get fixed before it goes out. Whose solution we use, whether it's, you know, something you come up with, we come up with together, or I come up with, whatever, you know, we can figure that out as we go. But this needs to get fixed, and that's something that some of the early issues so going back to the idea of like fans getting feedback from fans. The feedback that I got, especially in those early issues, was I would go to a convention and someone would be telling me how much they liked the book. And in describing something about the book or who their favorite character was, I would pick up on they got something wrong. Oh. And not like a tiny detail, but like the gender of a character.
Huh. Okay.
Oh, shit.
And I would read that like, oh, yeah. I mean, you know, mice and everything. I thought that was crystal clear because in my head, I know that character's male.
Right.
You're right. The name is vague enough. It could go either way, and I never use the pronoun he anywhere.
Sure.
Oh, sure. I didn't make that clear.
Right.
I should make sure I put in a pronoun somewhere. Just you know, not force it, and not put out a press release. By the way, this character's male. But just at some point, like, oh yeah, I have to find a way in casual conversation to make it obvious. And there were other things like that about what the role of the mouse guard was, or how the Gwendolyn, the matriarch of the guard, how she, what her role is with all of the other mouse settlements. Like, is she a queen? Is she a military commander? Is she, you know, what is she? And it was like, I thought I made that clear, but maybe not. Maybe I have to reinforce that. So I would kind of do these little course corrections based on feedback that the audience was giving me that they didn't even realize they were giving me.
Right. Yeah, for me, when Joe, what I really understood, I mean, I had an appreciation for Joe's value, but when it was put into full exercise is when he was helping to highlight how much I was not helping the themes of the book. When he was like, this is great. These are amazing beats that's happening between these two characters, which, you know, it's a team book, right? It's like X-Men Gold and X-Men Blue, right? Yeah. But unfortunately, it's typical Claremont writing, which is, yeah, sure, you get to have this big Inferno fight, but at the end of the day, the story's about Storm and the story's about Forge, you know? So, like, you need to land the point of this as you're telling this theme, you're talking about this theme, through the lens of these two characters. And yes, you're kind of doing it, but you're doing it lightly, right? And here, we need more of it. And I said, absolutely, I get it, you know. And so that from there we devised how we can help land. Now he was already thinking in parallel. He was very big and not being destructive in the concept of like change these panels and redraw things, right? That wasn't part of his MO at all. It was more like, how do we then help guide that theme so that it hits the nail on the proverbial head a little bit harder. But I was of the attitude, right? I was of the attitude, it was like, Joe, if I gotta draw more pages, I'll draw more pages. And it's, like, we were in this space where Joe was like, I'm never gonna ask you to redraw anything or draw more pages. And like, fuck that shit. If it's gonna be good, if it's gonna be for the sake of the story, I'd rather land the story because, I can draw the action stuff all day. I can draw a bunch of superheroes beating up each other and shooting lasers at each other. But at the end of the day, we were talking about this in broadly, Dave, like as far as like what's motivating us telling these stories. Is it just getting it out there, and is that the victory, right? For me, the whole entire exercise is to get better as a storyteller from the narrative perspective, right? And if it means I'm missing that, and there's a component in place, there's a mechanism in place as an editor that'll help me learn that better, of course I'm going to draw more pages. Like, I don't care,
Yeah, I think that the only danger in what you're saying is to first-time creators that will spin wheels by drawing pages and then going.
Yeah, for sure.
Get that across. I have to redraw those pages, and then at the end of the year they have 10 pages. They've drawn 36.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, I'm not in the business of telling people like draw it until it's perfect. I'm specifically talking about my personal experience in regards to this project.
Like I think there's almost like a movie making parallel where, if something's not working storytelling wise, is there a way to edit this without reshooting anything?
That's where Joe is coming from. That's where Joe is coming from.
Do like ADR, right? You would maybe have even if you don't have the character on screen in the movies, you would have them just off screen, but you'd have a new line dubbed in where you can tell. Right. You're getting like a reaction shot of who's seeing it from some other scene, but or earlier or later in that same scene, you're just using the reaction shot of character B, but it's character A voiced. And then that way you don't have to worry about syncing up lips or anything. You can do the same kind of thing in comics, except you can drop in a word balloon or a narration box or whatever. Anyways, the ADR comparison. Then there's the occasionally movies will need a couple reshoots. And they're not shooting the whole movie.
Right.
They're just redoing maybe the end or this. If we add a scene right here in the middle, just a couple Eric, we want you to draw 3 more pages. It goes right smack dab in the middle. There we go. That's it. You don't have to redraw the whole damn comic. Just this one little part to make it better. And it should always be about the minimum impact of any kind of redo or extra effort to make it work. And then you take what you learned about that and apply it to the next issue so that hopefully you have fewer ADR style moments or reshoots or whatever. If you've gotten to the point where you have to redraw the issue, you're borked. You were in bad shape. You're going to be in some ways worse shape by the end of this because you're.
I agree, and that helps to highlight. This is a very great point. Thanks for that. I think it helps to highlight how you, in a way, did not shore it up to begin with, where you're in when you're in absolute recovery mode, all the time and always, that's the nightmare scenario that I would hope nobody has to go through, because at the end of the day, you do want to see this thing, come to pass. You do want to see it published. You do want to see it distributed, so that the idea is that the more you do it, the better you get at it, right? But it goes to show how the foundational stuff at the very beginning wasn't shored up enough, because you're now you're able to still punch massive holes where you're quote unquote reshooting everything and you can't even release it as is,
Right. Yeah.
I have a question in chat. Here's this.
Oh, go ahead.
Brandon Wallace says, Eric, have you thought about doing a book in this new structure of mainstream book publishers? For example, Penguin, Harper, etc., getting into comics. I wonder how the editorial style's different. Have I ever thought about doing a book for those publishers? No. I think I'm enjoying the opportunity to do this on my own, and I had mentioned this for a handful of people, and I think that's one of the things that really sort of fascinates me about your journey, David, because it still feels like how I felt back when I was trying to break into the comic book industry. I think one of the things that really soured me is when, you know, this is really sort of, this is really stock and basic, but it's like as soon as I realized how the sausages were being made, my fervor, my love for drawing comics kind of went away, you know, or at least it lessened, you know, or like making comics, you know, it's I don't know, it's like all the rose colored lenses went away, and I was like, this isn't fun anymore. And just recently, I think just as recently as, you know, a little bit before the pandemic and the wall came down and nobody could do anything, it started to drive me again. I started realizing, wait, I still love drawing comics. I just don't like drawing those comics, you know? I just don't have a love for the comics that I'm seeing that's out there right now. So rather than say, I'm not really interested, how about I make the thing that I want to see?
You make the,
right?
Be
and
the,
it's similar to,
what's the quote? It's be the change.
In
the world. Yeah, it's the same
right.
kind of.
Yeah, it's the same like, and anytime that Mike and I, when Mike streams, I still do, but I join him and we'd be talking about whatever pop culture things going on. We talk about these comic book stories, movie stories, what have you, and I'd catch myself kind of complaining, you know, like, you know, we were talking about Captain Marvel earlier, and I'd be so critical about that movie, and eventually I just heard myself enough times where I'm like, that's enough, you know, like I'm tired of listening to myself talk about how this thing could work if they did this thing could work if they did that. I just rather go do something about it rather than just be from the sidelines always yelling down into the field how they can be so much better at their craft, you know, at their sport. So I think
go ahead.
I was going to say, to answer Brandon's question, the reason why I had no motivation to go do something like that is because that just takes me back into a space that I don't care for, and right now I'm so inspired to do this thing on my own. I have no desire to go the other way, you know?
Go back.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
I think that if you did go with, you know, I think it's the difference between creator owned and working on somebody else's characters.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I and maybe correct me if I'm wrong. When you were like, "Hey, I got disenfranchised and bored and had all the joy taken away," I'm thinking of like those incredible books that you did, but the things that you did at Marvel, where you guys tried something different. It looked different. It felt different. I remember telling you after I read Iron Man Enter the Mandarin, I wish all Iron Man comics were like that. I would be buying Iron Man.
Thanks, dude.
But I remember you telling me, holy shit, the amount of fan hate pushback we got from hardcore Iron Man fans or hardcore Spider-Man fans that go, Canetti can't draw this right, or this is wrong, or this doesn't feel like the character. Why are you trying something different? I want my thing to be vanilla and the same and the way it always is. And that you were trapped in this, like, I can't do anything other than just regurgitate the last 60 years of comics. I can't try anything, and if I do, I get flamed for it. And I would think, like, yeah, anytime you're like, I just want to do my own thing and be allowed to do my own thing. Like, you've already opened up that you're open to feedback. You're open to people being critical of what you're doing if it's in the vein of making it better.
Yeah, it's two pieces, though. I mean, that's interesting that you say that, because upon reflection, years and years later, right, there's a part of me that was bullheaded enough to think I want to draw something different for mainstream comics. But now I also look back and I go, I understood that IP, and there is something to be said about being a steward for the expectation of the fan base. And it's not to say everything must be the same for the next 50 years. It is to say, have enough respect to understand what Iron Man was about, and not necessarily break it, just bend it a little bit, you know?
Yeah,
I have that much more respect for it now than I did back then, where I would struggle about, like, why don't I have the liberty and the freedom to be as creative as possible, and yada yada, and why is there so much fan backlash and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think you're absolutely accurate in my reaction to it, but now I can actually look back and amend it just a tiny bit, you know?
I think I know you and I are both big X-Men fans, if you look at all the different, kind of seminal eras of X-Men,
Sure.
they come in with a change.
Yes, I agree.
Like
I agree.
An art direction change, a tonal change,
Yeah.
a team shift change. Hey, we're totally changing who are X-Men right now.
Yep.
With the first one being like the giant size team. Like, I mean, I know it was because the original team, the original book was on the brink of cancellation. The original was not doing well, and the new team was a revitalization effort. But even still, like the idea of, we're going to publish the X-Men, except none of the X-Men are in it.
Right. Right.
And we're doing all new, like that's a huge. Oh, and somebody else is drawing it.
Right. Right. No, absolutely. I mean,
it's so different than what was there, and yet it's this one that we herald. And then when that happened again with the X-Men at a later time with whoever it was, Paul Smith or Barry Windsor Smith or Romita or Jim Lee or Joe Mad or Art Adams, take your pick of who's your X artist of choice for those big turning points. That's what made it great. And I feel like you went in there with both Iron Man and Spider-Man. It's not like I'm going to change it all. I hate Spider-Man, and here's the way he should be so that it's better. You went in there going, I love Spider-Man, and I want to push part of the character that's already there because that works to my strengths. Or I want to do this with Iron Man because this plays to my strengths and it's cool. It's in the vein. I know you even played with doing an X-Men story. And I would love to see that X-Men story just from the vantage point of, I know you're a fan of the X-Men. It'd be very interesting to see what parts of that you would raise up on a pedestal and what parts would vanish away. What would be your focus? What would be the themes? What is a Eric Canetti X-Men story actually about? I would love to see that.
Oh,
but
dude. I mean,
that machine is working against you.
But here's I'm leveraging now everything that you just said right now, because there was a point in which I really, really wanted to have a love letter to the X-Men. And I said, like, I would love to be able to draw that. That's the thing that got me into comics. That's the thing that helped me maintain my comic books love. And then after a while, I realized, these characters are no longer the ones that I'd like to read about. And that's when I kind of put the X-Men down and said I don't need it anymore. But that X-Men story, that desire to tell a good X-Men story was still inside of me, right? In the best sort of tribute, right? And that's what I'm doing with Arc Athena. Arc Athena is that, right? Through and through. Is that the X-Men story that I'm not allowed to tell because X-Men, because it's Marvel is very different from the X-Men that I grew up with, Rob is giving me crap for not paying attention to chat. Eric, I'm giving your chat interaction today 1 out of 10. Get out of here, Rob. Who was your favorite artist on the X-Men comics? It was Paul Smith. Followed very closely by Jim Lee, then Mark Silvestri. What am I missing? I didn't miss anything. Did I miss anything? Eric and I are drinking the same mantra pool.
It's also kind of
disappears every time Eric erases that arm. This arm is annoying. This arm is supposed to communicate that there's a chain knuckle wrapped around it, and I want to be able to communicate that weight and that tension, but I'm not getting it. And these two characters are almost the same size as each other, so I'm going to have to fix it much later. Probably not on stream because I'm fascinated by whatever it is that we're talking about. Am I caught up?
Yeah, no, I've been fully invested into listening to you guys break down process. So if I've been quiet, it's just because I've been like a sponge soaking it all in.
Right on. My 3 favorite people in one place is so great. It's Nolan, our good friend Nolan. Jason Aaron said he didn't love comics anymore after Ghost Rider. That's the bad idea to let that guy write the X-Men line. Eric and Shelby need to have a speed draw. I give the title over to Shelby. Shelby wins. And I think I'm caught up, man. Get out of here, Rob. Jeez Louise. What the hell?
Is that criticism?
I love it. That guy keeps me on the straight and narrow. Partly tongue-in-cheekly, but also partly realistically. First time I saw a Canetti Spider-Man, I thought, well, Spider-Man is never going to look cooler than that. You are one of 3 people. One of the 3 is my mom.
There was more than that. Eric.
People could not burn that comic book fast enough, but that was a lot of fun. But that was also a part of me that thought, like, look at this young, like, I look back at that work and I thought, like, look at this young punk. Look at this jerk just, like, peeing all over this IP, like, not understanding the sort of the landscape of that version of Spider-Man. I couldn't tell that version of Spider-Man, that story of Spider-Man with that style back then, because it was all about John Romita Jr. and Mark Bagley, and sort of a very a specifically refined look to him. It was no longer the time of Eric Larson and Todd McFarlane and Squatch and Stretch people. But that's the stuff that I loved, and I wanted to introduce that, or at least reintroduce that, and the fans just weren't reacting to it favorably. That's a bit of self-awareness that I could have dug into a little bit deeper, but that's also helped me to understand that's no longer the environment that I want to play in.
No, it would have been so stiff and terrible if you'd done that. You were bringing about, there was like a little bit of Art Adams in there, a little bit of Chris Bocchiello, and then and you and I have talked about in person about this, about your time on Aeon Flux.
Yeah.
How that informed being able to distort anatomy to show movement.
Yeah, no.
And when you're talking about a character like Spider-Man,
I mean, I thought it was a perfect opportunity to do that.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Spider-Man doesn't move the way any human being should move. Like even when the greats do it, they're still doing an approximity of it. I mean, listen, man, you see the way Todd McFarlane would bend Spider-Man in half. That was unrealistic, but you take it in because he's Spider-Man.
Right.
I mean, even when John Cassaday draws him, there's a pushing of the extremes of form.
Right.
And he's drawing rigid, anatomically correct human beings, but there's still that push. Yeah. If there's ever a character to do that on, it's Spider-Man. If you want to tell like a very realistic, like war story style thing with the Punisher, I get that realism only reinforces the story.
Yes.
And maybe if you had done a Punisher story where you had done Aeon Flux style anatomy, that not have worked as well. But with Spider-Man, give me a break.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm with David Peterson on this. So give me a break.
And the Iron Man story, I think that's a counterintuitive one, because the armor should be rigid.
Oh, sure. And I was squashing and stretching the hell out of that.
And yet there's so this is a weird analogy, but there was a role-playing game of Robotech that was put out by a company called Palladium, and I used to play a lot of Palladium role-playing games when I was in high school, and then in college a friend of mine was like, let's play that again, because we were all like, but Palladium games have some real flaws when it comes to the combat system. And he's like, I've got a solution. And he came up with this combat system where instead of going turn by turn, like, okay, you all get 6 attacks per melee. So, Eric, what's your first attack?
Right.
Michael, what's your first attack? And we're just going to go around in order, deal with all those. Then, okay, what's your second attack? What's your... And now we've had one round of melee when we go all the way around, 6 times or whatever. He was like, no, I want you to tell me all the things that you're doing. Like, if you have 6 attacks, tell me all of them. And with Macross, you're like, okay, I'm going to fire 2 blasts. I'm going to turn into Guardian mode. I'm going to fly over here. I'm going to launch 2 missiles. And I'm going to save a couple attacks maybe for blocking, for defense. And everybody did that. And it made the game move at this frenetic pace that felt like an anime combat scene.
Sure.
It was like, oh, we're breaking the rules, but we're doing it in a way that actually makes this, 1, more fun, and 2, like the source material. And so when you're thinking of an armored character who's able to do what Iron Man does and move at speeds and crash through walls and, all this kind of stuff that was happening in those issues, bending the armor to show the motion actually enforces the movement, and it reinforces that he is not moving. This is not armor like a medieval suit of armor where you have to walk slow.
Right.
This technological armor that actually allows him to move faster than a normal person. that allows him to fly through walls and you know, have stuff crumble around him. He's not he's not like locked in a concrete block.
Right. Let me catch up with chat really quick. Nolan says, I haven't heard Palladium in so long. I had all of those Robotech books. That's great. JK had actually asked this question earlier. Sorry if I let it slip through the cracks. Eric is a beginner comic artist. Should I focus more on the popular style, inking plus colors, or can I pursue my strengths painfully style and still find work success? So there is no easy answer for that, because I can't look into that really transparent crystal ball to say, dude, if you continue to use your painterly style, you're going to be able to find success. For me, and this I want to caveat this, what it's been for me, and this goes back to what Dave is just talking about right now. I think the reason why I give myself a pass in doing those Iron Man, you know, comic books exercise, or the Spider-Man, the way I drew Spider-Man, is because at the end of the day, I wanted to have fun, right? It was supposed to be a fun exercise, a fun job for me to do comics and to be able to draw. Now that's it could be a completely different metric for you. If the goal is to get a paying gig in comics or as an illustrator, what have you, then there's going to be things in those spaces, in that decision making, that's going to inform how you should move forward. But for me, I wanted to have fun drawing those comics, and I wanted to draw in such a way that it would optimize for the best version of fun, and that's the style that I was utilizing. So to answer your question, should you focus more on the popular style? It all depends what your goals are. If your goals are to land a popular book in which a popular style is integral, if not critical, then the answer would probably be yes. You would hedge your bets and say probably, right? But if you're saying, I would get so much more growth, and that's the metric that you decide to guide yourself by. I would get so much more growth as an artist and an illustrator and storyteller by pursuing your strength, which is a more painterly style. If you get something more out of that, then use that. And I know that's sort of a, you know, sitting on the fence, wishy-washy way of answering, but I really believe that's the only way you can make that decision clear, and most importantly, a decision that you will feel good about moving forward. Does that make any sense?
I can be more definitive for JK.
Yes, please.
Do it.
Don't do anything just because it's popular.
Oh, I like that. Well, you touched on that earlier with your Magnolia reference. Yeah.
Don't do the thing just because it's popular. I think so that's my definitive part. I'm going to go a little bit wishy-washy in kind of a way that Eric did, but the way I would measure it is there's going to be a trade-off, and what you need to find is the best combination. You need to find the center of your Venn diagram where you are producing your best work, the best version of the work you can do right now. What is that? Is it painterly, or is it more traditional ink plus colors? What's the best work you can do? What is it? Does that work bring you any kind of joy? Like, if you absolutely hate doing one, but it's your best work, that's not a good solution. Find a way to make that work more enjoyable, or develop the stuff you do find more enjoyable so that it lives up to the quality of the other stuff. And then thirdly, can you get a book done or a story done in that way? If it's going to take you 10 years to finish one book doing it painterly, that's something you have to weigh in. Like, is this going to kill you effort-wise? But if you can find the center of that diagram, maybe it's not the most efficient way, but you can still get it done in a relatively normal amount of time. Are you producing the work that you're proud of in terms of quality? And are you having fun? Are you enjoying it? Or do you hate it? If you can get those three things to line up, you're in the sweet spot.
There you go. Thanks for that.
Poignant.
Appreciate it, Dave. Appreciate the question, JK. Hello, Mindy Lee.
Oh, is that the Mindy Lee?
The Mindy Lee.
Mindy Lee Doodles?
Can we get it? What do you
Legendary?
call it? A link to her Instagram and her social media.
Of course we can.
My point of reference, my true north, my North Star. Hello, Miss Mindy Lee. Thank you for being here. I know it's Schadenfreude, but it's comforting to watch other people erase things after 30 minutes. Yeah, I erase it because it's not communicating well. That's my primary reason. If it sucks in its communication, regardless of how well I drew it previous, then it's not worth the time to take until I've finished. Eric, what software are you using to broadcast those chat highlights are different from the StreamYard template? Yeah, I have a Mac at home. So this thing is called Ecamm Live. It's a paid app, but it does all the pretty little things that's happening on screen right now. So not your traditional StreamYard subscription, definitely not the same look as you've seen in other streams. But I'm appreciative of it because it gives my stream a unique look.
It does. I've been meaning to ask you that.
Thanks to Denicola. Thank you so much for shouting me out, Mike.
Always.
I think that's it. We've run our 2 hours. I think this is an opportunity for me to excuse myself. That was an amazing conversation.
Jesus, man, that went by fast.
First, let me thank our guest, David Peterson. Thank you so much for all your insight, your history, your sort of feedback for everybody that's in chat. I love your frankness, your straightforwardness.
Ditto.
Really appreciate that. Can we please throw up all of Dave's information?
I'm all over, dude.
As his Twitch TV, right?
Instagram.com.
If you're not already following Dave on his social media, please do so. You can find him on Twitter and on Instagram. Is it both MouseGuard in both instances, Dave?
Yep.
MouseGuard, right? Instagram.com/MouseGuard, Twitter.com/MouseGuard. If you're not already, if you've not visited his website, please do so. MouseGuard.net. What else, Dave? Is it twitch.tv/ what is it?
And then my name, David Peterson. And my
David
name,
Peterson.
the last name Peterson is all E's for the vowels. It's not Peterson, it's Peterson.
Right.
I stream.
And you stream
Wednesday, and I also stream the first Friday of every month for a community draw along. And this Friday is one of those. It's called Draw the Extinct, and we I throw out some prompts with combinations of different animals, and then we all make up a fictional animal together. And I work on mine on that Friday stream. You guys can work at home on yours. You have over the weekend to finish it up, and then on my regularly scheduled stream on Monday, at the end of that, we will look in the Discord and look up at everybody's progress and what people have done. We hand out a few prizes.
Awesome. That's great. Prizes even. Holy cow. That's great.
Like the original pencil drawing to my piece and some stuff like that.
That's awesome, dude. Okay, if you're not already following my good friend Michael DiNicola, please do so. He's on twitch.tv /Michael DiNicola. You can also follow him on his Instagram and on Twitter under that same name, Instagram.com, Twitter.com /Michael DiNicola. He streams Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. That Friday stream is reserved for doing sort of a podcast / what's happened in nerddom and pop fiction this week. Right? Is that, am I capturing that
man.
right?
Yeah, you nailed it right on the head, man. Let's get ready to talk about Loki.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Very, very entertaining across the board. A little bit on the what would you say, the rated R side when you're
little raunchy.
I love it.
Adult themes for sure.
A little raunchy. I'm into it. If you're not already following me on my social media, please do so. Instagram.com, Twitter.com /Eric Canetti. Please sign up for my newsletter. I have a crowdfunding campaign that's going to be launching second week.
Tell them about the statue.
Second week of September. Right? Say again? Oh yeah.
Tell them about the statue.
Please sign up for the newsletter. ericcanetti.com /arc-athena-info info. Once you sign up for that newsletter at the end of this month, which is it's going to be in the day.
Yes.
Right.
Last couple days to enter.
We will be collating all of the emails that have signed up for the newsletter. We'll be giving away one of these fancy little busts, these like prototype busts of my main character from my book to you as a thank you for supporting me. And we're going to do that again at the end of July, another one at the end of August until campaign launch. What else is there?
Let's see. Got the essential sequential link.
if you would like to buy an original piece of art from me, please go to essentialsequential.com. I think I'm there with a bunch of amazing artists. If you don't end up getting something from me, I'm sure you'll find an artist to your taste. If you have any questions, reach out to my art dealer, Jason Schachter. He'd be more than happy to help you out. Come back next Tuesday. We'll do this again at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
That's right.
Is that it?
Thanks again, David. David, you are
Thank you so much, David. Thank you.
Just a wealth of
really
knowledge,
appreciate
sir.
your time, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Great download of knowledge, dude.
Thank
okay,
you.
that's it. I've got to go pee now. So
Yeah,
good night,
yeah, it's pee time. Goodbye, everybody.